1 minute to air, 30 seconds still streaming.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Durham City Council meeting on this night, Monday, November 7th, 2022, here in City Hall Plaza in our chambers. We welcome all of you all who are in chambers with us here tonight, as well as those who are joining us remotely as well. Please join me in a moment of silent meditation. Thank you so much. We'll now ask Councilwoman Freeman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, and if you would join us in standing and saluting the flag.
Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll.
Mayor O'Neill,
I am present.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I'm here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Holsey-Hyman,
Present.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Williams.
I'm here.
Thank you.
All right, we will start off tonight's meeting with a couple of three ceremonial items. The first will be a proclamation for Family Court Awareness Month. The second will be the first one will be read by Councilwoman Freeman. The second one I will do, which is our virtue, which is thankfulness for this month. And the third will be read by Mayor Pro Tem, which is a lung cancer awareness month.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be presenting to Ms. Veronica Hatton. Proclamation, whereas the mission of the Family Court Awareness Month Committee is to increase awareness on the importance of family court system, of a family court system that prioritizes child safety and acts in the best interest of children. And whereas Family Court Awareness Month is fueled by the desire to create awareness and change in the family court system for the conservative estimate of 58,000 children per year ordered into unsupervised contact with abusive parents, while honoring the hundreds of children who have been reported as murdered during the visitations with a dangerous parent. And whereas this month increases awareness on the importance of an empirical-based education and training on domestic violence and child abuse, including emotional, psychological, physical, and sexual abuse, as well as childhood trauma, coerced control, and post-separation abuse for judges and all professionals working on cases within the family court system. And whereas it is important to use scientifically valid treatment programs and services that are proven in terms of safety, effectiveness, and therapeutic value, And whereas Family Court Awareness Month educates judges and other family court professionals on evidence-based and peer-reviewed research that is a critical component to making decisions that are in the best interest of children. This research includes the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, child custody evaluations, beliefs, and about domestic abuse allegations, and child custody outcomes in cases involving parental alienation and abusive allegations. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim November 2022 as Family Court Awareness Month in Durham and encourage all residents to support our community efforts to prevent the harm of children in the hands of family members and to honor and value the lives of children. Witness my hand in the corporate seal of the City of Durham. This is the 7th day of November, 2022.
Mayor O'Neill and Durham City Council members, thank you for proclaiming that November is Family Court Awareness Month. Thank you to the advocates and the Family Court Awareness Month nonprofit for attaining Family Court Awareness Month proclamations throughout the United States. My name is Veronica Hatton. I am an educator and a child safety advocate. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I lost custody of my son despite evidence of domestic violence and also having child abuse medical documentation. This devastating event has traumatized my family and I. Sadly, we are not the only ones. Every year, approximately 58,000 children are awarded custody to an abusive parent. Additionally, 873 children by a separating or divorcing parent in the United States have been murdered since 2008. Family court rulings are widely based on a parent getting a fair share of parenting time with the child, even more than on the safety of the child with that parent. Child protection is viewed as the job of social services, but family courts are ruling on cases with child abuse concerns every day. Most would be shocked to know that in many states, family court judges on the bench making rulings that impact children's lives have little to zero mandated training hours in childhood trauma, child emotional, physical, and sexual abuse, coercive control, and domestic violence. In some states, barbers and beauticians are mandated to have more domestic violence training than its judges. Here are some related statistics. 1 in 15 children are victims of child abuse, usually by family or a parent. 75% of child sexual abuse is perpetrated by a family member or a person known to the child. Family members are almost half, 49% of the perpetrators of crimes against child sexual assault victims younger than 6 years of age. More than 50% of the time, when an allegation of child sexual abuse is raised, the courts are switching physical custody to the alleged abuser. A child's exposure to an abuser is among the strongest indicators of risk of incest victimization. Abusive parents are more likely to seek sole custody than nonviolent ones, and they are successful about 70% of the time, according to the American Psychological Association. Domestic violence often worsens after separation or divorce, with the focus turning to the child or children, with up to 60% of perpetrators who abuse their spouse will abuse their child. Domestic violence is about power and control. The desire to maintain power and control doesn't mysteriously vanish when the relationship ends. The family court system becomes a new and highly effective platform for abusers, and those abusers know how to manipulate untrained judges. Our primary goal this year is also to shine a spotlight on the need for mandated training for judges and family court professionals who are ruling on cases with child safety and domestic violence concerns every day. Our children's lives are literally dependent on the courts becoming educated on these issues. We pray for the children and parents who have already been negatively impacted by the family courts. We pray for the day where family court personnel and court-utilized professionals are thoroughly trained in child abuse and domestic violence and act to protect the safety and well-being of individuals and children. We pray that protected parents will not have to worry about going to court and losing custody of their children. We pray for future children and families that family court can be a safe haven and that they will not be traumatized. God bless you. Thank you for recognizing the importance of children's safety and well-being. Thank you for your leadership and for standing for children in Durham and in North Carolina. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. As you know, each month we've had a virtue, and this month is Thanksgiving. So we have as our virtue Thankfulness Month. Whereas our daily lives are filled with information regarding inequity, disaster, violence, and crime, often causing feelings of helplessness and longing, and whereas the many daily joys, moments of helpfulness and shared happiness, and helpfulness when community members are being patient and thoughtful to one another are unassuming, go unnoticed, and not celebrated. And whereas by recognizing the need to be gracious and thankful, all members of our community will be made aware of the importance, and whereas the purpose of Thankfulness Month is to remember that while experiencing times of adversity, during moments of uncertainty, after natural disasters and acts of violence, we can still find the capacity to be thankful for someone or something. Whereas when we remember what we are grateful for, it conceptualizes hard times as just a season that will pass. Whereas we are all unique and extraordinary, and our different paths allow us to extend grace in numerous ways, show kindness, and be the reason someone smiles. Whereas we should be courteous to others, and during our day-to-day activities, be patient with one another to enable Durham to be a welcoming, inclusive, kind, safer, and more secure place to live, work, and play. And whereas the city of Durham honors those who positively impact our community and our world, no matter how young or old. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2022 as Thankfulness Month in Durham, and hereby urge all residents to participate in extending grace, practicing patience, spreading kindness and respect, generosity and consideration of others at all times. Where it witness my hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham this today, 7th of November 2022. I'm thankful for you all.
Good evening, everyone. My thanks to Her Honor, the Mayor, for the ability and privilege of reading this proclamation for Lung Cancer Awareness Month. I'm going to ask if Amber Way is in the chamber. If Amber would join me. Is Amber here? All right, well, I'll go on and read. Proclamation. Whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death among men and women in the United States and Durham, accounting for more deaths than colon cancer, breast cancer, and prostate cancer combined. And whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control, there were 819 new lung cancer cases and 484 deaths due to lung cancer between 2015 and 2019 in Durham County. And whereas the 5-year survival rate for localized lung cancer is approximately 60%, yet only about 24% of lung cancers are diagnosed at this stage. And whereas screening for lung cancer for high-risk individuals using low-dose computed tomography can lead to the earlier detection of lung cancer and save lives, reducing the mortality by 20% when compared to screening by chest X-ray in the National Lung Screening Trial, and reducing the risk of death at 10 years by 24% in men and 33% in women, as demonstrated by another large randomized trial. And whereas funding for lung cancer research trails far behind funding for research of many other cancers, and additional research is needed in early diagnosis, screening, and treatment for lung cancer, as well as in lung cancer affecting women and lung cancer health disparities. And whereas lung cancer incidence is decreasing twice as fast in men as it is in women, Each year, more women die from lung cancer than breast cancer, and by 2035, more women will die from lung cancer than men. And whereas African Americans have the highest lung cancer incidence and mortality of all races, and disparities in lung cancer screening, diagnosis, treatment, and mortality are well characterized among African Americans and other racial minorities. And whereas lung cancer in individuals who never smoked is the 7th leading cause of cancer-related deaths and accounts for 17,000 to 26,000 deaths in the U.S. every year. The proportion of lung cancers diagnosed in people who never smoked is increasing in the U.S. And whereas the stigma surrounding lung cancer creates barriers to early diagnosis, treatment, and funding for research, has a detrimental impact on the quality of life of people diagnosed with lung cancer, and hinders awareness of and research into lung cancer risk factors other than smoking. And whereas lung cancer research is leading to breakthroughs in the identification of genetic alterations associated with lung cancer and in the development of lung cancer treatments, including immunotherapies and targeted therapies. And whereas organizations working in Durham, such as the American Lung Cancer Screening Initiative and Women's Lung Cancer Forum, are committed to educating about lung cancer and lung cancer screening and working to increase lung cancer screening rates in Durham. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim November 2022 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in Durham and recognize the need for research in lung cancer affecting women and lung cancer health disparities, and encourage all citizens to learn about lung cancer and early detection through lung cancer screening. Witness my hand, this the first day of November 2022, Elaine M. O'Neill, Mayor. And I will see that Ms. Way gets this proclamation.
She's online.
Online. Okay, Amber Way is online virtually. Ms. Way, can you hear me? Amber, can you hear me? Amber, we believe you're unmuted. Can you hear me? Good evening. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Respected Mayor and Council members, thank you so much for this proclamation and allowing me to speak about lung cancer and lung cancer screening in the Durham community. Is there any way, can you see me right now or just the voice?
Only your voice and your name.
Okay. Okay, is that okay? Is there any way I can turn on my camera?
I don't think that we have that capability, but we can hear you fine.
Okay, no worries. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you so much. My name is Amber Way. I'm a resident of North Carolina and a member of ALSI, or the American Lung Cancer Screening Initiative. Right now, virtually, I am joined by Dr. Jeffrey Yang, who is a thoracic surgeon and founder of ALSI, as well as Dr. Betty Tong and advisor Dr. Vinyesh Raman from Duke School of Medicine. Lung cancer is a condition that is very important because it is the #1 cause of cancer death in the Durham community and the United States. According to the Lung Cancer Research Foundation, by the end of 2022, it is estimated that over 130,000 people will die of the disease in the United States alone. Lung cancer has a generally poor prognosis, which means that people diagnosed have a very low chance at recovery. This is because lung cancer is often caught in the later stages of disease progression because people do not feel any symptoms until it has become more severe. Screening for lung cancer checks one's body for cancer before becoming symptomatic, making lung cancer easier to treat. According to the CDC, the best way to catch lung cancer early is through screening using low-dose computed tomography, or a CT scan. A CT scan is a simple and painless test that takes no more than 5 minutes to complete. It is free for people covered by private insurance or Medicare. A CT scan creates a detailed picture of the lung, and doctors can use it for treatment. However, lung cancer has a low screening rate at about 5% in the United States. And this is why we believe lung cancer education and awareness are crucial. We need to educate our community about who needs to get screened, why to get screened, and how. Annual lung cancer screening is recommended for adults aged 50 to 80 years who have a 20-pack year smoking history and currently smoke or have quit within the past 15 years. It is extremely important that we educate patients, doctors, and families about lung cancer screening. So for everyone here, I urge you to please share with your family, friends, and community the importance of lung cancer screening. We are incredibly grateful for Durham's support and continued efforts to raise lung cancer screening. North Carolina currently has a screening rate above the national average at 8% compared to 5.7% nationwide. We admire all the efforts taken in your city and would like to sustain and accelerate this increase. As the city of Medicine and home of the Research Triangle, we believe that Durham citizens can lead this effort to save lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congrats. We now turn to our announcements by council tonight. I'll start off very briefly by saying congrats to the North Carolina Central University Eagles for a great win on homecoming. We're hoping to go to the Celebration Bowl, so stay tuned for that. It was a great homecoming weekend, and just wanted to give a shout out, especially to Downtown Durham, Inc., who did a marvelous job in making sure that the Eagles knew that they were welcome in Durham. We also had some great advertisement just all over the city. So we're grateful to our city being so welcoming to all those Eagles and Bison who were here this weekend. So I'll turn it over to my fellow colleagues now and see if there are any other announcements. All right, start on this end, Councilwoman Hyman.
Good evening, everyone. I am going to ask for an excused absence on December 8th. I am going to be part of a fellowship, the Higher Education Leadership Foundation. So I'll be traveling to Texas, to be a part of that Higher Educational Leadership Foundation. So I'm asking for that excused absence on December 8th.
All right, we'll take that up as soon as we get through our announcements. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be the first of, I'm sure, many of my colleagues who plan to remind everyone that Election Day is tomorrow. Please make sure you get out and vote. Polls will be open from 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. here in Durham. If you're not sure where your polling place is, you can visit the North Carolina Board of Elections website to look up your polling place. And yeah, it's just really important that everyone get out and vote. So please take yourself, take your friends, take your family, call up folks tonight to make sure they've voted. It's important that we all do our part to get our people to the polls. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if anyone have announced yet, but tomorrow is voting day. Make sure that you get out and vote. If you saw a crazy, wild guy at Central's homecoming, NCCU's homecoming, on the 50-yard line at halftime with a shirt that said vote, that was me. And I had a great time beating Howard University 50-21. So happy homecoming, Eagles. Also, just left NCCU with, we had two celebrities in town, Yandy Smith and Courtney Nicole from Tyler Perry Studios and a show called Loving Hip Hop. And it was a lot of people there celebrating the idea of getting out to vote. And our college students were so live in that gym. And so kudos to them for being energetic about getting involved in this election. We really need folks to come out and participate. Also, wanted to recognize one of Durham's greatest, Angela Lee. She was recently recognized with a national award, the Emerging Leaders Award for Historic Preservation Institutions. This is a really big deal. There are only 4 people, 3 people actually, let's see, make sure, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people in the nation that gets this award yearly, and our very own Angela Lee, who's the Artistic Director and Executive Director of the Hayti Heritage Center, was one of them. So kudos to the leadership over there. And yeah, I believe, Mayor, that's it that I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, and congrats to Ms. Lee. Looking to my left now, right. Any announcement? Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if it was announced, but I want to congratulate Angela Lee on her historic preservation. I just want to say that it bears repeating over and over again to get out and vote. I want to also encourage folks to encourage their neighbors and friends and families. And I also want to say that rides are on our Go Durham buses are fare-free still. So please use them as you need to. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I will also be encouraging everyone to vote, and I just want to remind everyone we have 3 critically important bonds. You got to flip your ballot. You got to flip the ballot and vote the whole thing. Those bonds are for Museum of Life and Science, our Durham Public Schools, and Durham Tech. They're critically important. Those are very many things. There are many, many things attached to these things that we need, especially improvements for our schools. So flip your ballot. Don't just do the front. You got to get to the bottom. And then just really quickly, I think folks have really emphasized the critical nature of this election. And I have had the pleasure of canvassing in Forsyth County and canvassing in Alamance County to go remind folks to vote, how critically important it is for North Carolina and this country. And there has been a few doors that I've knocked. One woman who I didn't knock because she'd already voted was 98 years old. 98-year-old Alamance County voter. And I know that a lot of our youth are disaffected. I knocked on another young man's door who was around 20 and was wondering, does my vote count? I know a lot of our youth ask, is it worth it? And we live in really trying times. But I can imagine that that woman who's 98 years old has a long history of very trying times that she has lived in, and she still showed up and voted. So if that woman, please let that be the person who's inspiring you to vote. If a 98-year-old woman can show up and vote, and I can imagine the many things she's faced, you can show up and you can vote tomorrow. It is critically important. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, good evening to my honorable colleagues and to all watching in the chamber and remotely. Madam Mayor, in keeping with the virtue of this month, thankfulness, I'm very thankful to on last week to have participated in an incredibly special gathering. Madam Mayor, you've stressed time and time again the great people that we have working for the city, our staff, and making sure we give them kudos as much as possible. And last week, our new HR director, and this should interest every resident and citizen of the city, our new HR director, Robin Nguyen, presided over her first leadership conference. The leadership conference was flown under the banner Excellence Reignited, and they had 4 watchwords: rediscover, re-engage, re-energize, and renew. Madam Mayor, I was very proud to stand on your behalf and bring greetings and to open that conference as your keynote. And what we came away with, Madam Mayor, is that there's something special about working for our democracy. Sometimes people just say, oh, I work for the city. And what we understood, Madam Mayor, is you just don't work for the city. You serve the city. Whether you are emptying trash cans at City Hall, or fixing potholes, or answering 911 calls, or picking up garbage, or fixing water lines, you are serving our collective experience to make this democracy work. And what democracy is basically a shared space. We propose that we can carve out a shared space and not kill one another. Share the roads, share the air, share the water. And those who work for our city are the people that make that work. So I want to congratulate our Human Resources Department. I want to congratulate Director Nguyen. I want to thank them. Sometimes the work goes unheralded and uncelebrated, but on last week we were able to make sure that the phrase was, Servio Civitatem. I serve the city. And that is a noble calling. It is a sacred calling. And for all those who work for our city and serve our city, even on our most challenging days when you get cussed out or may not have a thank you, you are engaged in a noble undertaking. You just don't work for the city. You serve the city. And that's noble. That's important. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As you might, if you've been following us, you've probably noticed that we're doing things a little bit differently up here. I'm asking my fellow colleagues to kind of participate in the running of this meeting. And so just kind of experimenting with some ways that we can kind of save time and move things along. And the mayor doesn't have to all the time be the leader. There are lots of bright people up here who are capable of helping to share the load. So tonight, you're going to see Mayor Pro Tem and I, we're going to kind of share the load because we have a fairly robust agenda with a lot of people. And so one of the things that I'm going to ask our public speakers, we're going to reduce the time to about 2 minutes each because we have about 30 some odd speakers lined up, and we have to kind of balance the time between proponents and opponents, as well as we have to have some time to comment ourselves. Now, Mayor Pro Tem, he reads through the consent agenda faster, to be honest, than I do, so he can kind of move us in that direction. So I'm going to turn it over to him for him to get us through the business part that we can move through fairly quickly. We're also going to consider the 2 votes that we have. One would be for Councilwoman Friedman, Councilwoman Hyman's excused absence, and any other items that may be pulled, and then he and I will be tag teaming the speakers for our public hearings tonight. So, all right, Mayor Pro Tem, you're on while we try to get our speakers situated.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With your permission, at this time, we're going to turn to our city manager for any priority items that she may have. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the Durham City Council. I do have a few priority items for your consideration this evening. Agenda item number 14, which is presentation, ordinance amendment, and selection of a designee to create and manage a designee, to create and manage a social district. Attachment number 3, ordinance amendment to section 38-21 was revised to include the social district number and to clarify the allowance of special use permits for alcoholic beverage consumption in parks. And attachment number 4, which is an ordinance amendment to section 46-149, was revised to include the social district number and to insert the correct ordinance number. Secondly, agenda item number 18, which is a consolidated annexation item, 11100 Old Oxford Road. The memo was revised to add attachment P, which is social pinpoint comments. And attachment P, social pinpoint comments, have been added to your packet. Agenda item number 19, consolidated annexation 5202 Leesville Road. The consistency statement in section J of attachment G, which is a zoning map change report, was revised to provide feedback from the Planning Commission. And finally, agenda item number 20, which is a consolidated annexation at Junction and Ferrell. The case number in section 1 of attachment K, which is a zoning ordinance, was revised from BDG 21-00024 to Z21-00047A. The memo was revised to add attachment M, which is social pinpoint comments, and attachment M, including those comments, was added to your packet. That is all I have for you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Your items are noted. At this time, I'm going to yield to our city attorney for any priority items she may have. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, Mayor O'Neill, members of the council. It's good to see you. The city attorney's office has no priority items tonight.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. At this time, I'm going to yield to our city clerk for any priority items she may have. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. The city clerk's office is the same. We have no priorities items tonight.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to read into the record items for our consent agenda. Consent agenda items are items that the council has already had an opportunity to do a deep dive on and consider. However, any one of these items may be pulled by a member of the council or a member of the public for comment. Here starts the reading. Item number 1, Durham Board of Adjustment appointment. Item number 2, Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau, Discover Durham, Joint City-County Representative appointment. Item number 3, Citizens Advisory Committee appointment. Item number 4, September 2022 bid report. Item number 5, Participatory Budgeting Process Performance Audit, September 2022. Item number 6, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Project, Green Stormwater Infrastructure Installations. Item number 7, Zoning Map Change, Dearborn Drive Multifamily Motion Correction. Item number 8, Approval of a multifamily housing facility to be known as Cedar Trace Apartments in the city of Durham, North Carolina, with the financing thereof with multifamily housing revenue bonds. Item number 9, Construction Award to Dellinger, Inc. for the Celeste Circle Lift Station Project. Item number 10, Cooperative Group Purchase Contract 1, Rotopack, Automated Refuse Truck. Item number 11, Cooperative Group Purchase Contract 2, Sidewinder, Automated Refuse Trucks. Item number 12, Cooperative Group Purchase Contract 2, Rotopack, Manual Load Refuse Trucks. Item number 14, Presentation, Ordinance Amendment, and Selection of a Designee to create and manage a social district. I'll be pulling that. Item number 23, Resolution in support of the right of Duke graduate students to organize a labor union. That's a consent agenda under general business agenda public hearings. Item number 18, Consolidated Annexation, Item 1110, Old Oxford Road. Item number 19, Consolidated Annexation 5202, Leesville Road. Item number 20, Consolidated Annexation, Junction and Ferrell. Item number 21, Consolidated Annexation, Wilkinson Estates. Item number 22, Zoning Map Change, Greater Love Worship Center. That ends the reading of the printed agenda for this evening. Madam Manager, I have item number 14 pulled from the consent agenda, that being the only one. You concur? All right, with that, colleagues, at this time, I'm going to entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Heard a motion from Dr. Hyman and a second from Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. The consent agenda is adopted. Colleagues, I pulled item number 14 because I sit on the DDI board, and per council's advice and also keeping fidelity with legislation from our state legislature, I cannot participate in this vote. So at this time, I'm going to recuse myself. And Madam Mayor, if I can just hand the gavel back to you just for this and item number 14.
All right, we have 3 motions that we need to vote on. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The first, I'm ready to entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance to amend Section 38-21 titled Alcoholic Beverages.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Caballero, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson, I believe. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. If you would close the vote.
The motion passes 6-0 with 1 abstention by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. The second motion for our consideration is to adopt an ordinance to amend Section 46-149 titled Possession of Open Containers of Certain Alcoholic Beverages, Disposal of Containers, and Consumption of Certain Alcoholic Beverages to add an exception for social districts.
So move.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Williams, seconded by Councilwoman Caballero. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. If you would please close the vote.
The motion passes 6-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Middleton abstaining.
Thank you. Our last motion is to authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations and execute an agreement with Downtown Durham, Inc., allowing Downtown Durham, Inc. to be the city's designee for a social district.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Williams, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Madam Clerk, if you would open the vote. If you would close the vote.
The motion passes 6-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Middleton abstaining.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, back in your hands for a moment.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to recuse myself. At this time, I'm going to entertain a motion to grant our honorable colleague, Council Member Hyman, an excuse on December 8th. Was the date? Was it December 8th? For December 8th. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I heard a motion from Council Member Williams and a second from Council Member Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
And the motion passes 7-0.
You are excused. All right. At this time, colleagues and friends in the chamber, we will now take up our public hearings. We will begin with Consolidated Annexation, number 18, Consolidated Annexation, item 1110 Oxford Road. And at this time, we will hear the staff report.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Good evening. I'm Brooke Roper with the Planning Department, and I am happy to be here with you tonight. Before I begin, staff would like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. A request for utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change has been received from Tim Cybers of Horvath Associates for one parcel of land totaling 4.49 acres and located at 1110 Old Oxford Road. This annexation petition is non-contiguous to the primary corporate limits. The intent of the annexation is to connect to city services for the development of up to 8,000 square feet of commercial space, excluding nightclubs, bars, and indoor firing ranges. The current zoning is residential suburban 20. The applicant proposes to change this designation to commercial general with a development plan. The Planning Commission recommended denial by a vote of 11-0 on September 13th, 2022. The properties are currently designated commercial on the future land use map and the proposed commercial general with a development plan zoning is consistent with the designated future land use. As a reminder, 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance, and the third is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you so much for your report. Good to see you. I'm going to officially declare this public hearing open, but first I'm going to yield to any of my colleagues who may have any questions or comments for staff. All right, seeing none, is the representative of the applicant here? I see Pat. Okay.
Good evening. If it'd be possible to have a PowerPoint brought up?
Mr. Biker, good evening. How long do you anticipate needing for your initial part of your presentation?
I think my comments will be under 5 minutes, and then we have a few supporters from the Bragtown Community Association. One of our speakers is a Spanish speaker, so with an interpreter, her comments may take a little bit longer, but I think from start to finish, we're talking about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Approximately.
Well, with 5 for you?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, would you put 5 minutes on the clock, please? And for the record, you know the deal.
excuse me, Brooke, do I have to say next slide, or is it possible for me to control the PowerPoint? Was that? Just say next slide, okay. Yeah, if you could put into slideshow.
The screen needs to be adjusted by DTN.
Apologize for the delay.
We're resolving technical difficulties, everybody, so hold on for just a moment.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, in the interest of respecting everyone's time tonight, while they're working on that, I did want to highlight for the council that we have a petition in support of the family fair proposed at 1110 Old Oxford Road. The first petition is signed by 19 of our Spanish-speaking folks who live or work in Bragtown, and then there's another petition that was signed by 45 English-speaking folks who live in Bragtown. So I'll give copies of those to the clerk for the record of this proceeding, and hopefully then the PowerPoint will be up and running.
Right there. It's full screen.
Oh, wonderful. Could you back it up one slide? Perfect. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the City Council. My name is Patrick Biker. I live at 2614 Stewart Drive. I'm an attorney with Morningstar Law Group, and I'm here tonight along with Tim Sivers of Horvath & Associates, representing MM Fowler, which operates the Family Fair line of convenience stores across central North Carolina and southern Virginia. Here's a picture of the Family Fair that's only a half a mile away from my home in Rockwood Park. Family Fare has its headquarters here in Durham, over on Neal Road, and I've been proud to work on Family Fare convenience stores for the last decade or so. Next slide, please. In regard to these 4.5 acres at the corner of Old Oxford and Hamlin, shown in red at the center of this slide, which is the site that applies to this agenda item, it's important to note, again, as the staff reported, that this site has been designated for commercial development for over 17 years. More recently, in the first quarter of 2020, the Planning Commission and the City Council unanimously approved the Carver Street assemblage, shown in blue, about 1/3 of a mile to the west along Old Oxford Road and the new Carver Street extension. The Carver Street assemblage will contain over 820 new households in the Bragtown section of Durham. Just last month, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval for Welcome Venture Park, a 160-acre project shown in green, which will have 1.3 million square feet of light manufacturing, contracting, and life sciences space, and perhaps other uses as well. To my knowledge, the proposed Family Fare will be the only commercial option that is walkable from the Carver Street assemblage, again, which is shown in blue on the slide before you. To that end, I hope you all noticed text commitment number 5 on our development plan, which calls for the developer to install pedestrian crossing facilities at Old Oxford and Carver, so folks can walk to the new Family Fare for milk or bread or chips or whatever. I don't think it is right for the new residents who will be coming to the Carver Street assemblage to have to drive 2 or 3 miles round trip to North Roxborough Road for many of the items that many of us pick up at a convenience store or at a Walgreens. Next slide, please. If you do the math and assume just 1 car for each of the 820 new households, that's 2.5 miles times 820 new residents times 52 weeks a year, you arrive at 106,600 vehicle miles traveled every year for no good reason. One other important point for the council to consider is that this site previously was developed as the perhaps infamous Cattsburg General Store. On account of that history, there are contaminated soils at this location. If we are able to develop this new Family Fare, that contamination will be remediated. But that contamination is why we have a text commitment that forbids residential development at this site. Our team has retained Mr. Jim Dodson, a very experienced soil scientist who resides in North Durham, to oversee this cleanup, which will be supervised by the appropriate state-level administrators. We regret that we could not reach agreement with every person on every issue in regards to this project, specifically nearby property owners like Helena Craig and Natalie Pickett, since we are retaining the ability to locate a drive-through restaurant without limited hours at this location. From what I am seeing, many more restaurants have been including drive-through facilities since the start of the pandemic, and I don't see that practice changing. While I understand a neighbor's apprehensions about a restaurant, I want to assure council members that no one cares more about cleanliness and being a good neighbor than does Family Fare. Next slide, please. Family Fare is a Durham-based company with an outstanding track record of giving back to our community. For example, in December of 2020, 9 months after the start of the pandemic, Family Fare helped with $25,000 for the Endowed Entrepreneurship Program at North Carolina Central University. Regarding that donation, I'd like to share a quote from Dr. Anthony Nelson, Dean of the NCCU School of Business. Quote, "We are extremely grateful for the partnership with Family Fare. The School of Business prepares students by emphasizing the key ingredients for success in today's future business leaders. These ingredients include entrepreneurial thinking, and this endowment helps us further our mission." I also think it is important to note that Family Fare also has partnered with other HBCUs across North Carolina, Elizabeth City State, Fayetteville State, North Carolina A&T, and Winston-Salem State. And Family Fare's track record in Durham is more than financial partnerships like these. Family Fare operates around 30 stores in Durham, and approximately 3/4 of those stores have franchise managers who are minorities. Accordingly, since we've had solid community engagement, we are following the long-established future land use map. We have a fine Durham-based company, and we are providing what I believe will be the only walkable commercial use for the 820 households coming with the Carver Street assemblage. I respectfully ask for your approval. Tim and I will be happy to answer any questions after the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Biker. I do have Tim here as a proponent. Is he just going to be available to answer questions, or does he?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Dodson as well. is a resource should we have questions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, folks in the chamber, I'm going to now turn to members of our community for their comments. We're going to start with proponents, those who are in favor of this project. And I have a number of cards of folk who are here in the chamber. As I read your name, I'm going to ask if you would line up along the railing over there and keep comfortable distance between yourselves. Lorraine M. Johnson, Yvonne Arozio, Vanessa Mason Evans, and Donna Frederick. And now, good evening and welcome, Lorraine Johnson. And I believe
Good evening.
Translator.
I'm the translator for Ms. Yvonne, yes, ma'am.
And you have 2 minutes. We will not deduct time for translation from your 2 minutes. All right, so 2 minutes. Good evening and welcome.
Buenas noches, Alcaldesa O'Neill y miembros del Consejo de la Ciudad.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and members of the City Council.
Mi nombre es Ivonne Orozco y he trabajado en Breakdown por los últimos 3 años.
My name is Yvonne Orozco, and I have worked at Bracktown for 3 years.
Desde los últimos meses nos hemos reunido con Miss Donna y Miss Vanessa, las líderes de la Asociación Comunitaria en Breakdown.
For the last couple of months, I have met with Donna and Vanessa, leaders of the Association of the Community of Bracktown.
Nuestra amistad está creciendo a pesar de que la comunicación es un desafío.
Despite the challenges of communication, our friendship has been growing.
Estamos trabajando para crear una voz para la Asociación Comunitaria de Breakdown que incluya a los residentes y dueños de negocios de habla hispana e inglesa.
We are working hard to create a voice for the Association of the Community of Bracktown that includes residents and owners of businesses that speak both Spanish and English.
Me reuní con el equipo del trabajo del proyecto de Family Fair.
I met up with the team working at the project of Family Fair.
Y trabajamos en una petición que nos gustaría compartir con el Consejo.
And we have worked on a petition that we would like to share with the Council.
El señor Patri ha compartido con el secretario nuestra petición que leeré de la siguiente manera.
Mr. Patrick has shared with you this petition that reads as follows.
Nosotros, los residentes y trabajadores abajo firmantes de Breakdown,
we, the residents and workers undersigned here from Bracktown,
apoyamos la construcción de una tienda de conveniencia familiar, Fair.
Support the building of a Family Fair convenience store here
en el 1110 Old Oxford Road,
at 1110 Old Oxford Road,
en la intersección de Old Oxford and Hamlin.
At the intersection of Old Oxford and Hamlin.
Nos gustaría poder comprar gasolina, leche y otras necesidades.
We would like to buy gas, milk, and other necessities.
En un lugar cerca sin tener que ir a la North Roxborough Street.
At a location nearby without having to go to the North Roxborough Road.
Que está a más de 1.5 millas de distancia.
Which is located over 1.5 miles away.
Dado que la familia Fair es una empresa de Durham, sabemos que será una empresa limpia y una tienda atractiva.
Because Family Fair is a Durham company, we know it will be a clean and attractive store.
Esperamos que la Comisión de Planeación y Consejo Municipal apoye nuestra propuesta. Gracias por su tiempo.
We hope the Planning Commission and the City Council will support this new Family Fair. And thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Vanessa Mason Evans. Good evening, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. You'll have 2 minutes. If you'll state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and council members. I'm Vanessa Mason Evans. I would like to say that this has been a long journey. We have worked hard trying to make sure that the community members' voices are heard. And I would like to say with working with Helena and Natalie being a part of the BCA at one point in time, we've had them along with 4 others to step off, and they had their own agenda. We did not know that they wanted certain things, so it makes it confusing. when you're trying to work with the entire community, because we're trying to work with the whole community, not just a portion of Bragtown. And in listening to the residents are saying they want to have something in that area because once it's built, and we know Durham is going to continually grow. It's not going to get small. I mean, small. It's going to get smaller as time goes on. Land is going to get taken up. And residents want to have a space of where they can walk to a gas station. Or if they work at the Welcome Group, which we're also working with Durham Tech, at hoping that we can get residents in Bragtown and other areas of Durham to get pay of $25 to $45 an hour. Because people are not living at living wage. People are living below. And as prices go up, we need to have spaces where people can have good jobs, spaces where they can walk to a store to get milk, cheese, bread, whatever it may be. And having that store in that space, along with all those houses and apartments that are going to come in that area, we really want to see that there's a store of some sort in that area. In our meetings, Natalie and Helena both agreed that there would be a gas station and a restaurant. We did say we wanted a restaurant without a drive-through. I will agree with them on that part. But, also Alexander Cahill said, it's not what we want, it's what the developers will have to put in that space. So what I'm saying is we need to really think about what the residents are wanting for that space as we move forward with our agreements. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for being with us tonight. Donna Frederick, good evening, welcome. Thank you for being with us. You'll have 2 minutes as well.
Good evening. Donna Frederick, and I'm a resident of Bragtown as well. As Vanessa has previously stated, we have worked with the developer for probably about 6 months now, on and off about what could possibly go into that particular area. The family fair was agreed upon. We've talked to neighbors. We've talked to people who live on both sides of the road. I personally drive by there, and I can tell you one thing. If you've ever drove past there and you are out of gas close there, the closest place to get is Roxborough Road. If you're going straight up Old Oxford, that is not a very welcoming thing. So having a gas station in that particular area is very helpful. And plus, with all these new houses coming, it will be a place where people can get to, again, without traveling far. I think that we have to look at more retail as we build these houses, because otherwise we're going to create these little communities with no retail. So I think you have to look at the whole picture coming on. This is not a 2-day kind of project. This is years out. So we have to look at the development that's going all around us. So with all those houses, I think we need to really look at the big picture, and I think the map pretty showed it clearly. So thank you.
Ms. Frederick, thank you so much. That's all the cards I had for proponents in chamber. We're now going to turn to those that have signed up to speak in opposition to this project. And Madam Clerk, I'm going to start with our residents and citizens that are virtual. I have Mr. Randall Evans and Mr. Billy D. If you would make Randall Evans hearable. Mr. Evans, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, if you just speak up just a little louder. Thank you for being with us. You'll have 2 minutes. If you'll state your name and address for the record, then you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I am Randall Evans, and I live at 1210 Hamlin Road. I don't know, 2,000 feet from the proposed location down Hamlin. And I have concerns a lot about pedestrian traffic, particularly on Oxford Road. Carver has some sidewalks, Hamlin and Oxford do not. And I have driven past the occasional pedestrian, especially at night, is where I have concerns, and only realized that they were there after or as I was passing them or just before. It's a little terrifying feeling. I think you've all felt that before. And so I worry about the safety of those passengers and the sanity of the drivers who drive past them. So if we provide a thing to gather people who are walking along those roads, I think that will be very dangerous. My family is also concerned about light pollution in the area, and that we feel like we have plenty of options nearby, either to Roxborough, which is a little ways, and also over to Red Mill, depending on which direction people tend to be going. Usually we're driving past one of those two directions on our ways home. So we just really like something a little bit nicer to replace the Little League field and this landmark that we've directed people to our house for, we've been here 7 years now, I think. So yeah, that would be great. And as a part of the Oxford Hamlin community, it feels like we deserve better than a gas station and drive-through restaurant. Something where we can go to for lunch and sit and talk and be with each other would be great. Something that will fit the character of our neighborhood and serve our needs well. Thank you very much for the time.
Mr. Evans, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Madam Clerk, the next person I have is Billy D. And if you would make Billy D hearable. Billy, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Good evening. Yes, I can. Thank you so much for being with us. You'll have 2 minutes. If you'll state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Billy D. I live at 110 Hamlin Road. That's a little bit closer than my neighbor who just spoke. So just within one block of the proposed building site. And I want to speak, I actually want to build on some of the statements that were made earlier. I heard from folks from Bragtown, just a real interest from the Bragtown Community Association, a real interest in living wage jobs and gathering places for community and places of business that can really serve the needs of this really rapidly growing community. And I just want to just state that I'm extremely concerned that family fare and a drive-through restaurant don't constitute living wage jobs. A recent job posting today that I saw for family fare clocked in at $11 per hour. Family fare, I know these are franchise businesses, but average wages can run as low as $8 to $9 per hour, which I think is far below a living wage job. Cookout, another popular drive-through restaurant, clocks in at about $10 per hour at average for a wage for general employee. And I want to speak to the fact that if we would like to really think about a visionary way of looking at this really huge sort of intersecting development we're looking at, it would be wonderful to take the consideration of what the Ragtown community members have said about living wages, community gathering places, and also really think about how we can address the issue of pedestrian traffic that was just brought up. An issue that's extremely dear to my heart today is that I just lost my dog the other day. Traffic has gotten so dramatic on Hamlin Road, which is a small 2-lane road, that heavy traffic was going past my house. My dog slipped out of the gate for just a moment, was killed immediately, and the traffic didn't even stop. I had to wave down people so that I could grab my dead dog's body. Just the other week, a local homesteader's pig was killed.
Ms. D, that's the extent of your time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, now I'll turn to those whose names I have indicated as being in chamber with us tonight. I'll read them in order, and I ask that you would come in order, state your name and address, and you'll each have 2 minutes. Pleased to welcome Helena Craig, Valerie Valentine, and Edith Whitted. We'll start with those three.
Excuse me, I'm having technological details on a much smaller level. I'm sorry, can I slip back one because I don't have my notes up?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can I slip back one person because I don't have my notes up? I didn't know you were going to call us in an order.
Sure. Valerie Valentine?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Valerie Valentine. For 15 years, I've lived at 1115 Golden Crest Drive, which sits on Hamlin Road. My home is in Ellerby Creek Preserve, which is a diverse but mostly minority subdivision of 180 homes within a quarter mile of the development. I'm asking you to vote no to the plan for a gas station and a drive-through restaurant at Old Oxford and Hamlin Road. This seems to be out of alignment with the city, county, and Governor Cooper's plans to promote sustainable built environments. Under progressive governance, Durham has successfully reduced government-produced greenhouse gas emissions since 2007. This development will roll back those gains by increasing community emissions and lowering air quality for area residents. When I stand in my driveway and Google gas stations or fast food near me, I receive more than 12 gas and 16 fast food options within a 3-mile radius of my house. But over the years as a parent, I've traveled outside that 3-mile radius to get to our parks, our favorite pool, a daycare, to go see a movie, or enjoy a sit-down restaurant with my family. This land deserves to be more than a 24-hour pit stop for vehicles on their way to somewhere else. To understand the impact of going from 500 to 3,700 trips per day, consider that Hamlin is already home to the School for Creative Studies, the Durham Public Schools bus depot, the city's construction landfill. This is my first time opposing development on this 2-lane, state-maintained road, which is not scheduled for any DOT improvements. The residents of Old Oxford Hamlin community deserve developments that are an investment in our community's long-term health, safety, and walkability. We want community-oriented spaces that build on the history, culture, and character of our neighborhood and that are aligned with sustainable practices.
Thank you so much, Ms. Valentine. I appreciate you. Are you ready now, Ms. Craig? Good evening. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Helena Craig, and I own 1016 Old Oxford Road, which is directly contiguous to the south of the project before you. I'm standing in solidarity with my neighbors who have spoken before me, those who are lined up behind me, and others who couldn't make it tonight. This is not the type of development that we want to see, so we ask you to vote no. This area has been historically underinvested, and your predecessors had high hopes for the types of development that could be spurred on by investing city monies in this area. Unfortunately, this first commercial development proposal that has come before this body has been under development since 2019 and is extraordinarily auto-centric, while all of Durham's visions for 2022 look to reduce our dependence on gasoline and creating walkable, community-focused development. Durham desperately needs housing, so it particularly does not make sense in 2022 to move forward a development plan that would remove any possibility of innovative residential or mixed-use development with housing that would positively serve our community. My neighbors and I ask you tonight to acknowledge that we deserve services and businesses greater than the lowest common denominator. We deserve better than a gas station to get beer, tobacco products, and scratch-off tickets. We deserve a sit-down restaurant. We ask you to dream with us, dream bigger and better for this corridor, hold out for a better proposal versus writing a blank check. Much like the improved project that came out of the first rejection of the Carver Street assemblage and the much improved Lotta Park project, sometimes a development team needs to be pushed to listen to the community that could represent their future loyal customers. We sincerely hope you will share our dreams for our community thriving, not just surviving.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Edith Whitted. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You'll state your name and address.
How you doing?
You have 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
My name is Edith Whitted, and I stay at 927 Colonial Heights Drive, and that's less than a mile from this location. I've lived in this area my entire life, and I just feel like this is an opportunity for Durham to develop this area in a better way, a community development in which family can gather. Back in the day, we had a baseball field that was all across the street. It was a basketball court and a tennis court. Now we have nothing. So if we could hopefully have something that can bring the community together so that we can conjugate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next set of cards, Amber Bergen Brothers, Dorisa Stroud, Claire Chauvny, and Eric Ungberg. record, and you'll have 2 minutes. If you'll state your name and address for the record, then you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Amber Bergen Brothers. I'm the owner and lead farmer at Elijah's Farm, located at 1016 Old Oxford Road. I've been in Durham for 22 years. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm asking you to vote no on the application before you. Elijah's Farm is a woman-owned, minority-owned small business focusing on organic grown produce and mushrooms with the intention to support communities impacted by food apartheid. Previously, the well that is used on my farm was contaminated by the previous gas station located next door at the site of the old Casberg store. I do not have faith that putting another gas station in the same place now will lead to a different result. Given the current issues with food scarcity in Durham and the extreme reduction of farmland in the Durham County area, it seems prudent to vote no to any type of business that challenges the needs of the community and other businesses in the area. Furthermore, the current and future residents in the Oxford-Hamlin community deserve better development than a gas station and a drive-through restaurant. We want community-oriented spaces that serve our needs and fit into the character of the neighborhood. How about a sit-down restaurant or something other than something that provides us with more processed snacks and high-sugar beverages? Maybe I'm biased because I'm a farmer. The proposed business does nothing to enhance a community already oversaturated with gas stations and fast food. These businesses also work against the investments that Durham County has already invested in urban farming in the area. Myself, as well as several others in the area, have been granted infrastructure grants to build and enhance our farms to be able to serve the community at large. I agree, we do need to propose for future development, but another gas station, another fast food option, I'm asking the developers to go back to the drawing board and do better because we all deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us tonight. Dorisa Stroud. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. If you'll state your name and address for the record, you have 2 minutes.
My name is Dorisa Stroud, and I do not live in that community, but I have friends that do, and I've talked to them. And I stand with my brothers and sisters here.
State your address.
My address is 4532 Holloman Road in Durham. And so I stand with my brothers and sisters here and asking that go back to the drawing board and come up with something that's more family-oriented, something that they, as the community, would like and would propose to have in regards to that area instead of a gas station and a drive-through restaurant. And that's what I have to say. And that's it.
Thank you so much for being with us. Claire Chauvny. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. If you'll state your name and address for the record, you have 2 minutes.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. My name is Claire Charney. I live at 224 Riley Drive. I've lived there for almost 2 years. My house is located a half a mile from the proposed site. Every day, I pass this intersection via car to get anywhere, to get to my job, to get downtown, to get to 85. I also bike, I go running in this area. I own and operate a small farm business out of our house, and I plan to raise my kids here. So all this is to say that I'm just quite invested in this community and in this neighborhood, and I plan to be here for a long time. I'm asking you to vote no on this proposal. The neighborhood, the residents of this neighborhood, as you've heard, deserve better than a gas station and a drive-through. There are so many of those options in this area. There is no lack of these services. So when presented with the opportunity of development, what if we prioritized people and community-oriented spaces instead of vehicles and what comes with vehicles? As a city, shouldn't we be shifting away from these auto-centric priorities? As neighbors, we've talked about uses that serve our needs better and fit into the character of this neighborhood. Veterinarian services, a sit-down restaurant, a park or other green space, anywhere that you can take your kids. It doesn't have to be a gas station, and it definitely doesn't have to be a drive-through restaurant. Development can be positive for the community. It can prioritize us, the residents, who are there every day, who are close to that place every day, as well as the community at large. The current proposal does not. It seems to only benefit one person, honestly, the landowner. We are asking City Council to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire Charney. Eric Ungberg. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You'll have 2 minutes. If you state your name and address.
Thank you. Thanks for speaking with me. My name's Eric Ungberg. I'm at 224 Riley Drive also. And obviously I agree with everything my wife had to say. But some concerns that haven't been brought up at least, and maybe I'm the only one who cares about these. There are 2 state significantly rare plants at that site. Those populations have been mostly destroyed on Old Oxford Road, but there are 2 rare plant populations there. So development plans involving some maintenance of some habitat or green space would of course be welcome. And I also want to reiterate just how many options there are for gas stations and that sort of thing nearby. If I type family fare into my phone, I get 2 results within 4 minutes, and it's a drive. It's a gas station. People are going to drive there. There's talking about a walkable community is, in that sense, is mostly a fantasy, I would say, as is $25 to $45 an hour jobs. And I would also like to mention that some of the other sites that have had situations where the community was opposed to the initial development and has resulted in really interesting local businesses like Sophia's Pizza, which I really like, and Gear Street Garden, which I don't care about at all. But it's a heterogeneous world, and that makes Durham more interesting. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. The next set of cards, McKenna Hallett, Patricia Martin, Kimberly Warren. Good evening to you all. If you'll state your name and address for the record, you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, and thank you for the discussion about grateful. I'm grateful to be here. My name is McKenna Hallett, and I know I'm supposed to say hi to everybody up there, and so hi everybody, but I'm going to also say aloha. I'm new here. I just moved here to this actual neighborhood 6 months ago from Hawaii. That's why there's an aloha. And I just want to say that in the short time I've been here, I found a community of people who have a purpose and a concern about their neighborhoods, and that's just meaning a lot to me. And what I've heard them say over and over again is they're not particularly interested in a gas station or a fast food place. And, you know, I'm not either, but my voice isn't as strong as theirs. They've lived here a long time. But my voice is to say, I'm understanding that because I came from a place that had a lot of fast food restaurants and a lot of gas stations. And it was never a very pretty thing. And we kept replacing beautiful agricultural land and other really important important things for the community. And I don't know, I just would hate to see that happening. Being new here, I really don't want to see it happening because I kind of have a fantasy about how wonderful all of this is going to be as I continue to grow up. Anyway, it just seems like there's dozens of other things that could be put in that location. I don't know what they are exactly, but they could be more community focused, better for the general neighborhood, and just general for our planet, just to have a more cohesive, loving relationship on that corner where there's not people throwing trash on the road, for example. Just saying. So, aloha.
Thank you so much. Welcome to Durham. Patricia Martin.
Hi, my name is Patricia Martin, and I'd like to say good evening to everyone. I live at 830 Cartman Drive, and I have lived in this community ever since 1993. I have purchased several parcels in this area that has allowed me to move my family from project areas into homes. I am concerned about building a gas station in this area. I'm also concerned about them building a restaurant with drive-through. As a landowner and a resident, I worry about how the development will affect the water. All my properties are supplied by water, well water. How will we be affected by the runoff? I'm not opposed to a development that would bring in resources or a betterment for the community. But what I am concerned about is how this development will affect us in the long run. How will it affect our community after the fresh new paint has worn off? What the condition of the community will be back, at that time. I am concerned about that. And I'm concerned about bringing businesses into our area that will help build our community and make our community safe and enterprising. So I would also like to point out, when I heard the discussion about a gas station being so far away, there actually is in walking distance from every one of those proposed houses and apartments, a a Sheetz gas station. Also within that area is, in walking distance, are Panera Bread and a host of other fast food restaurants. I have walked that path for ever since it opened up a few years back, and I have walked it within 45 minutes going and from home, and I go there and get whatever food and whatever basket of goodies I like. So I'd like to say, please do not allow the gas station in my community.
Thank you very much. Kimberly Warren, good evening. Thank you for being with us. If you'll state your name and address for the record, you have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
My name is Kimberly Warren. My address is 826 Cartman Drive, a few doors down from Edith, next door to Patricia. I've owned and lived in that home for 29 years. I'm asking you to vote no on the application before you. Our whole neighborhood, my house included, depend on private wells and septic systems. I'm very concerned about risks to water quality from the nearby development of a gas station. I've heard tonight that the property has existing contamination and that may be released with excavation. I'm also concerned about long-term potential for leaking of tanks and runoff of petroleum products and other chemicals. I had my water tested last in 2018, and at that time it tested safe. But if our groundwater did get contaminated, I feel like my home could become uninhabitable. I'm also concerned about damaging effects of traffic, noise, and light pollution. We deserve something better than a gas station and drive-through, and instead of something that poses a danger to my home and a long-time way of life, I would hope to see plans for development that serves and enhances our community of our friends and neighbors, something that we could feel good about. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Natalie Pickett, Sylvia Williams, Benjamin Harris, and Maggie Sullivan. Good evening to all of you. You'll have 2 minutes each if you'll just state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Natalie Pickett. I live at 1111 Paul Road, which is within 1,000 feet of this property. I'm asking you to vote no on the application before you. I'm here tonight with many of my neighbors who you have heard from as part of the Oxford-Hamlin Community Coalition. As you have heard, all of us live within a 3-minute drive of this site, and most of us pass it every single day. We are made up of mostly county residents. Quite a few of us are homesteaders or farmers, and several of us have livestock. We love where we live, and we know growth is coming to our community, so we are asking for thoughtful, intentional growth. We believe this property can be developed to actually add value to our community in the form of people-oriented spaces. The Planning Department just released their revised place type map, which shows this property would be best used for neighborhood services, described as, quote, provides ways for residents in nearby neighborhoods to access daily needs and services like daycares, pharmacies, community spaces, offices, and small-scale stores. We are those residents, and that is what we're asking for, but that is not what this applicant plans to deliver. The developer has made it very clear that as the president of Family Fare Convenience Store, he plans to build a gas station as well as a drive-through restaurant if you allow him. When we asked for those uses to be restricted in the development plan, as not one neighbor that we've talked to has been in favor of the gas station or drive-through, the developer's answer was a firm no. 7 years ago, the city invested millions of dollars in building the Carver Street extension so that this area could be further developed. I have to believe that they had a much bigger vision for this corner than another gas station and another fast food restaurant. The current and future residents in the Oxford-Hamlin community deserve better development proposals than this one. We want community-oriented spaces that serve our needs and fit into the character of our neighborhood that we love. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sylvia Williams. Good evening. You have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Sylvia Williams, and I live at 1017 Old Oxford Road, which is 300 feet away from the development property. I'm asking you to vote no on the application before you for the following reasons. This development would greatly increase the amount of traffic on an already dangerous section of Old Oxford Road. Just pulling in and out of my driveway is a safety issue with speeding vehicles and a blind curve. Imagine adding more traffic and congestion with a gas station and drive-through restaurant. Speaking of gas station, this would bring about additional pollution to our environment with refueling trucks and diesel engines. This is an area where there is still some wildlife left. That will change with an increased amount of traffic and noise. Traffic, pollution, and noise are important to our environment. The current and future residents of Oxford-Hamlin community deserve better development than a gas station and drive-through. We want community-oriented space that serve our needs and fit into the character of our neighborhood. Folks need affordable housing, parks, places to enjoy nature, and this space could be used to help build up community relations. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you very much for being with us tonight. Benjamin Harris, good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and address for the record, you have 2 minutes. Thank you again.
My name is Benjamin Harris. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I also live at 11 Paul Road, which is within 1,000 feet. Everything I wrote's already been said. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the proposal as it stands now would be at the expense of the people who are in this community, and all of our houses are in that slide that Mr. Biker showed earlier that showed the developments. That's where our homes are. None of us like this. We deserve better. We want better. I'm personally excited to have these additional developments coming, the affordable housing complex down the road. I'm excited to have more neighbors. I'm thrilled we're going to have more affordable housing in Durham, and I'm excited that they already have affordable places to buy food and drink that are within walking distance of that development. Panera, Chipotle, so many gas stations. I'd really like for those folks and for us to also have something that adds to our community that's not already there. We have gas stations. There are so many. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to hear this for another minute. This proposal could be so much better for the people who already live here, for the people who are gonna live here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Maggie Sullivan, if you'll state your name and address for the record, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maggie Sullivan. I live at 821 Colonial Heights Drive, and I've lived there for just over 15 years. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and fellow Durhamites. We all care about Durham. I mean, we, in one way or another, we want development to happen, but this isn't the right thing. It's not the right thing for the area. It's not the right thing in that particular space. The local areas of residents of Oxford-Hamlin community, we really deserve something because there was something there before. There was a ball field. There was a place that people could gather. My 2 main issues about it are trash and traffic. Because if you travel on Thompson Road, I call the county at least a couple of times a year on people that dump tires and mattresses, but most of the trash is fast food. So there's restaurants obviously close enough there where people can go to. They don't need another fast food restaurant in the immediate area because the trash proves it. That's my major concern. My other concern is a safety issue relating to traffic. It's so busy there. That site is on a curve, and people come down Old Oxford flying. I almost got hit at the extension there. I had a green light, and somebody and it was right after the light was put in place, so maybe they weren't expecting it, but there's just so much of a potential for someone to get really hurt in that area. if you consider they're walking to a place that currently has no sidewalks. There's no pedestrian traffic in that whole area. It's a major safety concern for me, and the lack of, or the effect it has on green spaces. There's so much potential in that site. I mean, people have spoken about how close farms are, a farm-to-table restaurant, a sit-down restaurant, something that's not a drive-through, that just produces more and more trash. And the traffic. I have a hard enough time getting out of that. Forget trying to get out of there between 8 and 9 in the morning. You have to take a right-hand turn if you're trying to turn left onto Old Oxford. It's just would be a real disaster.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've exhausted all the cards I have indicating opponents in the chamber. Mr. Biker, the opponents took up about in excess of a little over 33 minutes. You took up about 11 minutes, you're 5, and then your speakers. Is there anything you want to respond to that's been raised?
Sure. Very briefly, Mayor Pro Tem Patrick Biker again for the applicant Family Fair. Again, I want to stress that this site is already polluted because there was gasoline sales at the old Cattsburg store. The only way that that soil contamination can be remediated is for the site to be redeveloped. In terms of environmental stewardship, we have a text commitment that commits this development to detaining and treating the 100-year storm on this site. And I also want to stress that, for example, Panera Bread, I'm working on Panera Bread. I don't think many of us would consider Panera to be a fast food restaurant. The most recent Panera Bread I've worked on had a drive-through. So it's simply the new normal in the restaurant industry. We certainly have no desire for litter, and that's why I showed the slide of the Family Fair in my neighborhood. Family Fair runs a very tight ship. If that adjacent use turns out to be a restaurant and there's litter there, the first person they're going to have to deal with is the president of Family Fair. He's going to read them the Riot Act. He typically ground leases property that he owns, so I'm sure he's going to have a clause there to have harsh consequences if the site is not clean and is not operated in a way that makes everyone in the vicinity proud of it. In regards to walkability, again, I want to stress that Family Fair is going to pay for all the sidewalks to connect the Carver Street assemblage to this location. And there will be sidewalks internally there. So we certainly share the desire to see this be a community forum. But the reality of the market is there need to be drive-through facilities. We would love to see this be a third place where people come and hang out. But at the end of the day, if they're not able to walk there from Carver Street assemblage, it's really not going to be what everybody at Family Fair wants it to be in terms of being a neighborhood gathering place. I worked on the sheets that's been referred to. I got to tell you, that's a hike from Carver Street assemblage. I think one of the speakers referred to it too as a 45-minute walk. This would be much, much less, like a 10 or 15-minute walk in order to pick up bread, milk, whatever essentials you might need for your family. And so it's, again, a Durham-based business. If there's a problem, it's a company that's here in Durham. It's not in Atlanta. It's not in Chicago. It's right here in Durham. And they're very proud of their track record. And, and I do want to respond to the living wage issue. The wages that are set at Family Fairs have to be set by the manager, not by the headquarters on Neal Road, and that's federal law, federal employment law. And so it could be that the $11 an hour was a training wage for a high school student, similar to what my son did when he worked at a Chick-fil-A or other type of restaurant when he was at Riverside. And so we think this is the right use for this location. It's been designated as commercial. It was the Cattsburg store. My understanding from some of the African Americans is that unfortunately the Klan met there, so it was good to see that store torn down. But we need to remediate those contaminated soils, and when we do that and put in a state-of-the-art convenience store, that is an incredibly safe use in regards to preventing water pollution, making sure that the site is cleaned up, and providing something that, again, is going to be clean and neat like all the other family fairs that you see around Durham. Mr. Sivers and I will be happy to try to answer any questions you may have, but that's really the long story here. And again, it's this is a development where we did meet with many, many people over the last, what was it, Tim, year and a half? And so we've done our best to have community engagement. We're sorry we had this level of disagreement, but again, you saw the petition signed by other people in the area who did support this for the reasons that we have stated. Our team will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Biker. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the chamber who has not had an opportunity to speak who wishes to be heard, either proponent or opponent? I'll ask once. All right, seeing none. Colleagues, any questions from members of the council for any of the developer or proponents or opponents? Council Member Hyman, I'll yield to you.
Good evening. I do have a question and some more clarification around the community engagement, because while you have a petition, right, there was a number of people today that came and just really voiced their concern. So just want to just ask you a little bit more about your community engagement.
Sure. It was, I apologize, I don't remember which exhibit it is in your staff report, but there's a detailed recounting of all the in-person meetings and virtual meetings that Mr. Sivers or myself or other people from the development team attended with people in this general area. We did generally advertise through the Bragtown Community Association, but of course we notified property owners within 600 feet. And yeah, I would say there were several virtual meetings, and was it two or three in-person meetings that we had? One at the chapel on Old Oxford Road, and I believe there was another one. So again, it was a lengthy community, 3 in-person meetings. So we did our best to reach out to people, let them know what the proposal was, and again, stress that Family Fair is a longtime Durham-based company, been in business for 30 or 40 years now. And again, it's a company that's very proud of its giving back to the community.
Another question. Did you mention something about contaminated soil?
Yes. The Cattsburg store, they sold gas. Back then it was a completely different environment, so they sold gasoline at the old Cattsburg store, and of course that contaminated the soil. The Cattsburg store was there for decades. I remember when it closed down. I apologize, I don't remember exactly what year that was, but the Family Fair purchased this site in 2007, I believe, and took down the store, and has been, waiting for development to come out in this direction. And so when the Carver Street assemblage was approved, that's in conjunction with that moving forward, that was when Family Fair decided to move forward with this location, since we have 820 households coming to along Carver Street and Old Oxford Highway.
So you purchased it and the contaminated soil, so did you do anything before trying to now say you want to build something there? Like, is it just sitting there and it's still, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a derelict site. There's no other way to put it. And it only makes sense to remediate contaminated soils in conjunction with the work done to build a new store. That's how it is done in an economically efficient way. And so the contaminated soil that's excavated for the new facility will be transported to a North Carolina supervised hazardous waste landfill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, anyone else? Questions or comments? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I'm not sure who to ask the question, but I do believe there's a Food Lion also in this area that no one's mentioned.
It's over on Old Oxford and North Roxborough.
Okay, and Family Dollar. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm orienting myself. I will say that I'm really excited about the energy from residents in the community. I'm a little concerned about the split. It looks like that's occurring I heard a name of Oxford Coalition something, and I didn't catch the rest of it, but it's something new, and I'd love to hear more about who this is and what's going on.
Councilmember, did you want someone specific?
I'm not sure who represents the group. I should have known.
Oxford Hamlin Community Coalition is a pretty new, unofficial right now, as in not an established organization, but a group of residents in this kind of, we're calling Oxford Hamlin community, which includes, like I said, mostly county residents. I mean, I can name the number of streets in this community on less than, maybe 2 hands, not more than 2 hands. It's a small area, a few hundred, probably 400 or 500 people, but we're all neighbors, like you heard, and just trying to kind of get together and think through developments in our community, especially as we have maybe some specific concerns as county residents on wells with, you know, farms and livestock, things like that. So just kind of gathering around this. Helena, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think we ended up initiating a new organization because we felt like we weren't being heard, that in living in an area where you don't have the potential of being annexed into the city on your own dime, we have to be protective of our well water and our septic. So most of our neighbors here, if our well is contaminated, which, raise your hand if your well has been historically tested for being contaminated by this site. So this is not an imaginary thing. My well, Natalie's well, like, it's still actively being monitored by DEQ. So we just felt that our voices were being lost and our needs are somewhat different because these are ever-present issues for us.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. I just want to appreciate everyone's comments, both proponents and opponents. I had a couple of questions for Mr. Biker. Good evening.
Good evening.
Real quick, with the Carver Street assemblage, because, this is where I'm at. I feel like with the Carver Street assemblage, there was an initial idea was not, many folks were not happy with it, and y'all went back. And that was really what I would consider almost a co-designed process, that there was a lot of community meeting and that folks kind of came together in a way where folks' voices were actually heard, suggestions were actually incorporated. What I'm hearing here, even though residents have said this, is that this is a property owner who's owned the property since when?
I believe it's 2007, Tim? About 2007.
So were there any kind of design charrettes with community? What besides meetings? Because the Carver Street assemblage was a long process. It was a multi-year process where there was a lot of resident input actually implemented into the end product. And I will say that I don't see that here. It's not, I just want to understand that kind of distinction. And so I just want to make sure that my interpretation isn't like wrong or I'm maybe misperceiving something.
Yeah, no, I think what we did work, I have to use this to read these plans nowadays, sorry, my eyes aren't what they used to be. Based on input from the neighborhood, our initial proposal was to prohibit on the site residential units because of the contamination we've been talking about for quite a bit, as well as nightclubs and bars and electronic gaming operations. Based on input from the neighborhood and looking through the UDO and the permitted uses in the commercial general zone, we then went further based on their input and say, further uses to be prohibited shall be taxi dispatch, again because of noise. People often use taxis fairly late at night. For prohibiting taxi dispatch, tobacco and or vape stores, pawn shops, payday lending, tattoo and or body piercing parlors, and bingo parlors. So all that was based on inputs from the neighborhood. I think the impasse really was just over the drive-through with a restaurant. I mean, obviously, I'm sure there are other issues that have been brought to the forefront, but again, this development has stepped forward with all the pedestrian infrastructure that could be required to connect this store so that there's every foot from Carver Street assemblage to the door of this family fair is on a sidewalk, with the developer paying for the signals where you push the button and you get the countdown, so you can cross every road safely. So in terms of making it pedestrian-oriented, providing the pedestrian infrastructure, and striking off those half dozen, 7 or 8 other uses, and going up to the detaining and treating the 100-year storm, because we obviously want to be environmental stewards as people have expressed this evening. So I feel those are areas where you don't see that with every development. So that was based on neighborhood input from Bragtown folks living on Hamlin, throughout the area. And so we did have, when we had the in-person meetings, we had people from Roxborough Road all the way to Hamlin Road, which is a big area. This is a big area.
Thank you. I have another clarifying question. So the owner of Family Fairs, who has several family fairs, I get my gas at several of them, had no idea that he wanted to put a family fair there?
I'm sorry? I didn't.
I said, so the owner, the man who owns this property is the owner of several family fairs.
Right.
And so there was no desire or intent to just put a family fair on this corner that's already in the future land use map designated as commercial and in the place type map for a comprehensive plan. So this owner had no real, because to me, what I'm hearing is that there is a great proffers. There's no question about the proffers. But I think that it's slightly disingenuous to say that there was community kind of engagement or design incorporated when really we have a property owner who knew exactly what he wanted to put.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It was a family fair.
Right.
And he has listened in other ways, which is admirable, but it's not that it's a blank slate of commercial and it's being incorporated. There was an intent by the owner to put a family fair there.
Of course. And that was, and again, he bought the property, what would that be, about 15 years ago, knowing that eventually growth was going to happen out this direction. And so convenience stores are like many other uses where we have a saying in our business, retail follows rooftops. So it wouldn't have made any sense to put a store there before there was enough, before there were enough households to support it.
Correct. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to say that at this moment, I am leaning no, just in case some of my other colleagues are on the fence, and I'll share why. And this is, we have several tonight in East Durham County, and here's the dilemma. A lot of the development pressure that we feel in East Durham County is because of Briar Creek. That's the bottom line. We are reacting to something on another county, and the city responded by putting a lift station and trying to be intentional. But at the end of the day, we are reacting to development that we did not cause. We are not the initiators of that. In this case, there is none of that pressure. This is just pressure coming from development community. And you are correct. Everyone voted for Carver Street assemblage. We use it as a example of what is possible. And so similarly to what residents have said, and similarly, honestly, to Guest Road and Ladder Road, we can do better. And I think our development community can do better and come back to us with something better that is, if it's going to be the first commercial thing on the corner, it's got to be, not a repeat of what we've been doing in a corridor. I know the corridor well. I told you that. I drive that corridor on the regular because I hike at Hortons Grove and my mechanic's out there. So I know exactly where the Family Dollar is and I know where the vape store is. And I think there's some really important differences in the sense of we already have a bus line that stops close to there. So running a bus line further down Oxford Road to meet the affordable housing and potentially this other rezoning that you mentioned, which has not come to us. There's a lot of potential to get it right in this corridor, and I don't want the very first thing that we say yes to as commercial to be something that, in my opinion, is not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So when I think about the city of Durham and I think about where gas stations can go, I mostly think about where they are not. And I think about, what builds community, what pulls folks together. And as I'm listening to all of the comments, something that tends to happen, these things tend to happen a lot. I don't want us to think about, and I say this respectfully to everyone who's spoken tonight. And as many of you all know, I usually vote pro-growth, very much so. However, I don't want us to say, it's convenient to go and get something to eat at a gas station. And this neighborhood is very similar to many other neighborhoods where folks can go and just get something to eat from the gas station. And I think about the long-term health implications of that. And if we're thinking about convenience, if we're talking about sidewalks, then why are we talking about a gas station? You're going to drive to the gas station. And I think that we're headed the right direction with this. I do not believe that we've seen the bigger picture. And while I am the last to say and try to dictate what folks are going to do on the land that they own, I would encourage that we do take a look at the bigger picture and look at how we can really build community over there. And, council is put in place for a reason, and I believe that we're put in place to encourage the best possible outcome. But I will say, in respect of the proponents, here we go again, at a community that's mostly minority, a community that we're trying to raise the wage status, that we're about to put another drive-through restaurant. I know another fast food restaurant, whatever it is. I'm not even going to get in the restaurant space here. But I just think that, I don't want to put gas station and convenience in the same conversation when you can literally go less than a mile up to the stoplight, turn right, or left actually, next to Duke Regional, and there's a Shell gas station right there. Or if you not even go a mile up, there's a grocery store right there. This is an opportunity to truly do this right. And I will be very supportive of really creating community there. But I do believe that we are about to embark on an opportunity where we're going to miss it. And that's coming from me, who is usually very supportive of these things. So I would ask, and I know Family Fare does it well.
Right.
You go to Johnson City, North Carolina, one of the best buildings in town is a Family Fare. They do it right. Mm-hmm. But let's think about, really what we can really do there. This is 4.5 acres.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Councilman Williams. Perhaps what might be appropriate, as you mentioned, it's a 4.5 acre site. The Family Fare would use approximately 2 acres, could be a little less. And that leaves the remainder for other uses and perhaps some community space that would be advantageous. So perhaps it's wise to continue this to a date certain and let us work on that with the folks in Bragtown and along Hamlin Road.
Yeah, I personally, I would appreciate that. Bring something that's going to be appetizing to the bigger picture.
Right. I mean, I think the issue that I hope we emphasize with that is that this 4.5 acres, I believe this is the only, again, walkable commercial from the Carver Street assemblage. With all due respect to folks mentioning the Food Lion, that's a hike from this site to walk to the Food Lion, to walk to the Sheets. That would take you the whole afternoon round trip, I think. And so that's something we can certainly think.
Thank you. They're still walking to a gas station, though.
Pardon?
I said still a gas station.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, because and again, keep in mind, in addition to the 820 new households at Carver Street assemblage, there's a potential for many jobs on the opposite side of this intersection.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnson. And colleagues, just an advisory, we're approaching the 9 o'clock hour. At that time, we're going to call a break for our closed caption people. So, Councilmember Johnson, I'll yield to you now. And if you need to pick up after the break, you certainly can do that.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I think that this is the right zoning, wrong use. It makes sense to have a commercial development at this corner. It would even make sense to have some kind of mixed-use development at this corner. But I think a gas station and a mini mart, while, I mean, I drive a car that needs gas. I go to mini marts, I go to drive-through restaurants. I don't have a problem with any of those businesses in general. I do think that there's an opportunity at this site to do something better and to do something that the neighbors would be more excited about. There are certainly times when I vote for things that have a lot of neighborhood opposition, for example, residential housing, but we don't have a gas station and mini mart shortage in the city of Durham. This doesn't feel to me like there's a desperate need for this kind of development such that we need to like move forward in building as much of it as we can quickly. So, I'm more inclined to respect the neighborhood opposition and concern in this case. And since the owner is Family Fare, it seems unlikely that they would agree to a development without a gas station, but it may be possible that they could propose something that would include other elements that would make the community more amenable to supporting something on this site, and that there could be some sort of a compromise. But I think this proposal is not where I would want it to be in order to support it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Colleagues, friends, it's 9 p.m. I'm going to call a recess until 9:10 p.m. and then we will start promptly. Gavel will be back down at 9:10 p.m. Thank you.
The development of a new intake and water treatment facility on the western side of Jordan Lake is moving forward as part of the Western Intake Partnership. The partnership is made up of us, Chatham County, Pittsboro, and the Orange Water and Sewer Authority. We are collaborating to build the new facilities to allow each entity to access its Jordan Lake water supply storage allocations, which is an important part of our future water supply. As part of the project, the water treatment process needs to be replicated on a small scale to compare different treatment technologies to confirm treatability and proof of concept. To do that, we, as the lead agency, will be entering into an agreement with the town of Cary for a study to be conducted at the Cary Apex Water Treatment Facility at a cost of $9,000. Essentially, leasing space in Cary's intake facility is the most cost-effective way to conduct the study. More information about the project can be found at westernintakepartnership.com.
So, Councilmember Williams, let's get started with you, okay? You represent Ward 3. You're a restaurant owner, an education activist, and a former educator, and a school administrator. Now, with all of this experience, what is it that you feel like you bring to the council?
I've lived a life of seeking, throughout this journey of how can I not only be a part of my community, but how can I play my part in making it better, and it was, for me, retroactively looking back, like, wow, I'm actually in a really fortunate situation to be able to have explored from one end of the social spectrum to the other, from education to entrepreneurship, from employee to employer. And from those perspectives, it's like, wow, we get to, be a part of contributing to the solutions.
Councilmember Holsey-Hyman, what has for you been the biggest difference between your role in the community and your service on council?
So again, I was behind the scenes doing a lot of volunteering and kind of just boots on the ground work. And I used to say, because I'm a pretty direct person, I used to say, what are they doing? Why aren't they making some changes? They know we need housing. They know we have environmental health issues. They know we have all these. And I used to say that. And I used to hold them to a standard of, it needs to get done, and it needs to get done now. And now as a council member, I am realizing that, government takes time. I'm realizing that there's policies and procedures that sometimes hinder us from making the decisions that maybe other people in the community may think we need to make. And so the only way I can kind of combat that is, first of all, be able to educate myself, to make informed decisions.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/languageaccess. ¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del plan de acceso al idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del plan de acceso al idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/acceso.
Falling behind on your bills? Even if you owe more than you can handle, you still have rights. Most legit debt collectors follow the rules, but bad debt collectors don't. They break the law. So if you get a call like this,
if you don't pay, we will have you arrested and deported.
Or this.
This is your final warning. Pay up now or we'll contact your employer and make them pay.
Hang up and report it to the Federal Trade Commission. You have the right to be treated fairly no matter what. That means debt collectors can't use abusive language, threaten violence, or harass you. or call you before 8 in the morning or after 9 at night. They can't lie or pretend to be someone they're not.
I'm an attorney and will take legal action if you don't pay this debt right away.
Or get you to pay a debt that doesn't even exist. They can't have you arrested or deported or tell anyone about your debt. Bad debt collectors like to knock you off your guard to get an advantage, create a sense of urgency, and rush you. They'll say anything to get you to pay right now. Instead, hang up and report it to the Federal Trade Commission at ftc.gov/complaint. We've stopped a lot of bad debt collectors. Help us stop more. For more information about debt collection, visit consumer.gov/debt.
¿Se está atrasando con el pago de sus facturas? Aunque deba más de lo que pueda pagar, igual sigue teniendo derechos. La mayoría de los cobradores de deudas legítimos cumplen las reglas, pero los malos cobradores de deudas no lo hacen, infringen la ley. Así que si recibe una llamada como esta,
si no paga, lo haremos arrestar y deportar.
O como esta.
Esta es su última advertencia. Pague ya, o nos comunicaremos con su empleador para obligarlo a pagar.
Cuelgue el teléfono y reporte el incidente a la Comisión Federal de Comercio, FTC. Usted tiene derecho a ser tratado justamente de todas maneras. Eso significa que los cobradores de deudas no pueden usar lenguaje abusivo, amenazarlo con violencia ni acosarlo. Ni tampoco pueden llamarlo antes de las 8 de la mañana o después de las 9 de la noche. No pueden mentir.
If you'll come to order in the chamber, please, we're ready to begin. If you come to order in the chamber, please, we're ready to begin. Or resume, I should say. Thank you, Madam Mayor, colleagues. Welcome back from the break. We're considering with item number 18, Consolidated Annexation item. We are continuing with any questions or comments from council members. We are still in the public hearing open part, so council members, do you have any questions or comments for any of the proponents, opponents, or the applicant?
Very briefly,
Council member.
Very briefly, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
I am in agreement with, I think, 3 of my colleagues that spoke before. I think we can do better at that site.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you, and I would agree, and I would say that I believe the applicant mentioned requesting additional time, and I would just like to know how you'd like to proceed with a request or how.
I'm unaware of any request from the applicant for actual extra time. Were you aware of that request?
Yeah, we were just discussing it. We'd respectfully ask.
You were discussing it when?
Like 60 seconds ago, so during the recess. And so we'd respectfully ask for a 90-day continuance of this so we can work with the neighbors, try to find out what would be appropriate community space and other modifications of this plan that would make it more acceptable and hopefully address the comments that many of the city council members have made.
Thank you for that. I will gauge the will of the council on that request. I did have a question while you were there, and then we will gauge the council very quickly. First off, I want to say, as is my practice, I usually do it at the beginning of a public hearing, as is my practice. The organization that I lead is a significant landowner in this area. There's no legal or compelling, I don't have any financial interest. I don't have any financial interest in this, so there's nothing legally that precludes me from participating, but I do like to disclose that the organization that I lead is a significant landowner in this area. With that, you mentioned that you spoke with a number of members of the Latino community in the area, and you had a petition. Did you, and you may not, did you capture how many of them are car owners, or how many of the people you spoke to in the community actually own cars?
My personal experience, Mayor Pro Tem, is most of them are car owners. That's, I believe 19 people signed the petition. I would say the strong majority are car owners, just based on my interactions, meeting them over the last year. We would meet at various places, and they would drive up in their personal vehicles. So that's my perspective on it. I'm afraid I can't give you an exact number.
All right, thank you, Mr. Biker. At this time, I'm going to declare the council member.
Sorry, I also want to agree with my colleagues, which is why I started the questioning off with the level of community engagement. And so I also feel that we can do better there. And there needs to be a little bit more community engagement in terms of, I mean, this is their community, and they need to be part of what goes there. So, thank you.
Right.
Thank you. I'm going to officially now declare this public hearing closed, and the matter is now back before the council. Council members, did you have any additional questions for staff? We do have a request before us to grant a continuance of this case. Did you have a date certain or a time? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, with the holidays coming up, I would say we should continue it to perhaps your first meeting in February.
Let me,
February 6th.
Thank you. Attorney Rayberg, I'm correct, this is within our purview to grant this if we decide as a council?
It is, Mayor Pro Tem, and that first meeting would be February 6th.
Staff, does the staff have any, that's a thumbs up, that means that we can accommodate? All right. With that, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to, I guess, remand this case back to the staff and schedule for whatever you captured the language.
So moved.
Revisit it, revisit it for
I'll second it.
the meeting in February. I heard a motion from everyone. Councilmember Freeman, is there a second?
I second it.
Her Honor seconds it. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Madam Clerk, please close the vote.
And the motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
So Mayor Pro Tem, can I just get clarification?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you holding it open and continuing it to February 6th, or have you remanded it back to the staff?
I've remanded it back to the staff because I did in fact close the hearing. So I think effectively it'll be the same.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you for that, though. All right, friends, colleagues, we're moving now to item number 19, Consolidated Annexation 5202 Leesville Road. And at this time, we'll hear from staff.
Thank you. Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members, good evening. Brooke Roper with the Planning Department. A request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning has been received from Laura Holloman of McAdams for 2 parcels of land totaling 22.055 acres and located at 5202 and 5214 Leesville Road. This annexation petition is non-contiguous to the primary corporate city limits. The intent of the annexation is to provide city services for the development of up to 120 townhouse units. The current zoning is residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to Plan Development Residential 5.441. The Planning Commission recommended denial of this case by a vote of 10-1 on September 13th, 2022. The property identified with PID 193244 is currently identified as low-density residential and low-medium density residential on the future land use map. The property identified as 193245 is currently designated low-density residential on the future land use map. The proposed planned development residential 5.441 zoning is inconsistent with the designated low-density residential future land use. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the FLUM to designate this property as low-medium density residential. As a reminder, 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance. And the third is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you, and staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you very much for the report. Colleagues, are there any questions for staff from council before I open up the public hearing? I have a question. I have a question about language, about some of these memos. At our last meeting, I raised a question about some verbiage and phraseology from staff that, at least in my reading, seems to have shifted places. So it's not in the memo anymore, but if you look at the tables under alternatives, you've got fire, you've got planning, you've got police, you've got public works, you've got solid waste. I've been reading these for years. I'm used to a particular type of language, particularly in the tables. So in fire, under expenses, it says the property is located 0.3 miles from City of Durham Fire Station 17, which is within the department certification standards. There have been 8 previous annexations within this fire district for this calendar year. While this additional volume independently will not result in additional fire department needs, the cumulative effect of continued annexation in the area will result in significant needs for the department. This annexation would require a portion of a new fire truck and additional FTEs. That last line is what I'm accustomed to seeing in these charts. So my question is, who wrote this?
I'm going to defer to, I think we have some folks from the fire department here who might be able to answer that. We have been working on kind of updating our language and staff memos, though.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is Bob Zoltis, and I have the pleasure of serving as your fire chief. To answer your question, fire department staff does write these. We do a physical impact study every time there's a new development, annexation, and so forth. What you're seeing here, we started a few years ago to do a cumulative effect to actually add up what it costs to do a true impact on the fire service. And the language here is about a cumulative effect on the fire service.
Thank you for that, Chief, and good to see you. I guess what I don't know if it's a concern. I guess my question is, when is this ever not true? That annexations will always, by definition, require more capacity and more weight. And I guess what I'm concerned about is it seems a bit editorial coming from staff. When we decide to annex as a council, we know that as more people come, we need more police, we need more capacity to pick up garbage, we need more roads, we need more stuff. Hospital beds, what have you. Fire is not exempt from that, and fire is not exotic. So I guess it didn't used to read, and I don't know if this is done in conjunction with planning, but I guess just moving forward, the council's aware of what the implications of growth are. We know that growth implies more capacity. We get that. I guess in part of my, I think, responsibility to the staff is to insulate you and exempt you from the type of conversations we get into with residents and citizens. And this has been a really good document at doing that historically. But it seems to me that the language that I raised questions about in a different part in the memo, just seemingly, at least in spirit, has changed places somewhere else. And I don't know what the remedy of that ultimately is going to be. But, this isn't for you personally, Chief. This is the planning department and everybody. I just want to, just lean in and advise staff to read it out loud and make sure that it doesn't seem to be straying into the line of editorial as opposed to the expert, empirically based, data-driven input that we've been getting in these things for years. We know that continued annexation results in more needs. That's by definition, that's what annexation does. Not just on fire, but in all areas. So I put that not to you personally, Chief, but to the staff in general as we move forward. I hope that particularly this part of the document, this science, empirical kind of based charts will get more back to that, and that we would be aware that the council is well aware of what the implications of increased annexation is. And again, Chief, that's not for you personally. Thank you. That's all I have. Colleagues, any other questions for staff? Council Member Caballero.
Yeah. Thank you. I have appreciated the residential units in Southeast Durham, that little table that's been added at some point somewhat recently. Because we've been actually getting proffers of units for affordable housing units, could we start including those numbers as well in the staff memo so that we can start tracking how many units we're getting?
I'm seeing a head nod from Sarah, so
thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Councilman Freeman. I'm sorry, Councilman Freeman.
Thank you. I was just trying to get some clarity because I'm looking at the fire, police, and solid waste and public works kind of content, And I'm trying to see where you feel like it's more editorial versus those. So I'm just trying to understand. I'm following the line of thought there.
Question for me? Yes. My question was a reflection on my history of reading these documents for years. I have never seen a staff suggest to us what the cumulative effects of annexation would be. It seems a rather obvious observation. We're grown on the council. We understand what that annexation by definition means, more capacity. I don't want the staff, I want to insulate the staff from any speculation whatsoever by members of the public that in any way that even appears that they're putting the thumb on decisions which do not rest with them. The decisions rest with the elected body of the city, and I want the staff to be protected from that. It's part of our job to insulate them from that, and to kind of say, well, if you guys keep doing this, you're going to need more resources. Yes, we know that. You know, 'cause the opposite of that is, well, if you stop doing it, you won't need more resources. And that's straying, at least in my assessment, that's straying into the realm of policy making rather than execution of policy, which is their job. Policy making is our job. So, but I appreciate the question.
Can I, just a follow-up? So in that instance, would it be, I guess, more objective to say the exact approximate cost?
The last line, I think, this annexation would require a portion of new fire truck and additional FTEs. That's helpful to me because that tells me if I say yes, what do we need to do it? And if I say no, then that's what we would have needed. To remind me that, hey, if you keep doing this, you're going to need, you know, more stuff in the future, which is, at least to me, seems obvious. I think that the last line to me, this is what it used to look like, that last disannexation line. And we can go back and read, you know, these things over the years. This just reads very differently than the ones I've read over the years. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I did just want to address that matter very briefly. We have been reviewing the writing that you see in these items, but I would draw your attention to Attachment K, which is an item in this particular case that really is a cost-benefit analysis. So even though there are words that are on in the memo, all of those words from the analysis have been turned into numbers. So we are going to make sure that in going forward, when we are actually putting the financial impact in any words, that we are referencing them directly to the numbers that have been calculated in order to cover the costs that are being projected over the time frame that you see here, which is about 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Manager.
And I would just add one additional comment to staff, is that I'm not sure how you would transmit that type of information to say in a case that there's been 8 in the area, but that I think is helpful. And I don't know where you would include that, where it doesn't come across as subjective or editorial, but something that does, I mean, I don't want to lose that piece is what I'm saying.
No, the point is well made, Councilmember. And of course, every vote we take is public record. I mean, we can count the number of votes we've cast as a council. Thank you. Council members, any other questions for staff before we open the public hearing? All right, at this time I want to declare the public hearing open on item number 19, Consolidated Annexation, Leesville Road. I'm going to ask the applicant to please come. Mr. Biker, how much time do you anticipate needing for your initial presentation?
Approximately 5 minutes, sir.
Madam Clerk, if you put 5 minutes on the clock, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the City Council. My name is Patrick Biker with Morningstar Law Group, 2614 Stewart Drive here in Durham. Along with me tonight for this agenda item are Laura Holloman and Jeremy Finch of McAdams, as well as Matt Christensen and James Tucker with the development team. For this agenda item, I wish to start with the community engagement for this project. Obviously, we had the required neighborhood meeting, but there actually have been a lot of conversations with nearby property owners about various issues as well. Early on in this project's life cycle, a survey of the property discovered that an existing driveway encroached onto the southern edge of the property. That driveway serves 3 or 4 parcels to the south of the site we're considering tonight. Generally speaking, the appropriate fix for this type of issue would be for the folks who use that driveway either to move the driveway off of what's not their property or buy an easement for it. either one of those options would definitely have some monetary cost. I'm here tonight to brag on my clients because what they did after that initial neighborhood meeting and meeting with these neighbors was to go back to the drawing board. They redesigned their project, and then they went forward with giving this land with the driveway on it to the adjacent property owners. To effectuate that donation, the developer here submitted an exempt recombination plat, which was approved in February. My point here is that the applicant team really has done a lot to resolve that driveway issue in favor of our next door neighbors. Additionally, we also met with several property owners in the area about providing sewer to this site. If I'm not mistaken, the closest sewer manhole to the site is a short distance southeast of Adventure Trail, and one property owner there was adamantly opposed to having sewer run through or near his property. It was good that we identified this particular concern early on because we've been able to consider and implement alternate routes for our sewer line. Through various community engagement efforts, therefore, we've been able to identify and address potential issues very early in the process, some of which are outside the zoning context, but nonetheless, they are significant. Now, on the zoning side, I think we have some strong commitments with the development plan that's before the council this evening. As has been explained, the zoning would allow for 120 townhomes on about 22 acres. That's roughly 5.4 dwelling units per acre, which is not super dense, but certainly pushes density in the area. If my memory serves me correctly, I think only Parcel K is at a higher density for recent projects in this part of Durham. In terms of text commitments, this project will be dedicating 110 feet of right-of-way, 110 feet wide right-of-way for Northern Durham Parkway all the way through this site, using up about 3 acres of that 22. And the development will also build a portion of that road as well. The alignment shown on the development plan is consistent with the city's plans for Northern Durham Parkway, which ultimately will be a regional thoroughfare stretching 19 miles from North Durham, Highway 501 in North Durham, all the way to Raleigh-Durham International Airport. On the existing road network, this project will widen Leesville Road to a 3-lane section between both access points and provide a bicycle facility along the Leesville frontage. That's a strong infrastructure investment, especially for a project of this size. If you've been out to the site, you may have noticed a significant number of cars on the property. The site was not a junkyard. My understanding is that the owner had a hobby. Nonetheless, we were concerned about potential environmental contamination, so we had Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental studies performed. Fortunately, no contamination was found to be present on this site. The other reason I bring this up is to point out that this project will clean up the site from its current condition, and that certainly is a positive for the neighborhood. Additionally, this project is going to end up saving nearly 100% of the trees that are on site, and we will be adding new trees as well to create even more tree canopy than exists now. Obviously, there are not that many trees on the site today, so I don't want to oversell the point, but it's still a positive factor for the council to consider. We also have committed to detaining the 100-year, 24-hour storm event. In regards to stormwater issues, I want to note one other item. I know residents in this area have been particularly concerned about sedimentation and runoff going into Lick Creek. 98% of the site of the 22 acres we're looking at tonight does not flow into Lick Creek. 98% of it actually flows into Briar Creek, down towards Wake County, and then towards Crabtree, Lake Crabtree. The only 2% of the site that does flow into Lick Creek is the part that will be widened with the Leesville Road frontage improvements. The staff report mentions that a site plan has been submitted for this project, and I thought it'd be helpful to give you all some information from the site plan, understanding those are not commitments of the rezoning, and we're not committing to them, but the site plan's under review, and I want to highlight some further details that represent the environmental stewardship that goes along with this project. On the development plan, if I'm very close. On the development plan, the maximum impervious is listed at 70%, but the site plan shows actually less than 50% impervious. Additionally, the development plan has one stream crossing, which we are required to show because it connects to TP Trail on the other side of the stream. On our site plan, we have not shown this stream crossing, and the city administration has granted a waiver, so there will be no stream crossing and no connection to TP Trail. In closing, this project will generate approximately $1 million in sewer basin connection fees, which in turn relieves pressure on increasing water and sewer rates for the rest of us city residents. In addition to that, if we're fortunate enough to receive approval of the rezoning this evening, our development team will proffer $20,000 to Durham Public Schools and $40,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund prior to the issuance of any certificates of occupancy. We'll be happy to wordsmith that with the planning department if we're fortunate enough to be approved this evening. Accordingly, for all these reasons, we respectfully ask for your approval, and our team will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biker. My understanding, Laura Holloman is also an applicant. Is she available to answer questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, friends in the chamber, we're going to hear from our proponents. You'll each have 2 minutes. I have cards for Mr. Herman Sperling and another card, but that's actually an opponent in the wrong pile. Mr. Sperling, good evening. You'll have 2 minutes. If you'll state your name and address for the record. Thank you for being with us. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Pro Tem, my friends on the City Council. I'm Herman Sperling. I live at 2628 Bloomsbury Manor Drive in Durham. As most of you know, the Leesville Road Coalition supports smart development in our area. And it's with that, I have some questions I'd like to present. These questions are too complicated and too cumbersome to answer tonight. So I'm going to address them to the clerk, ask the clerk to forward them to the mayor so she can properly distribute those to people who can answer them. But I'm asking these questions about development in general. So let me go. Due to stated capacity issues from Station 17, at least one planned development is put on hold. We need more smart development in Durham. There's no excuse for a surprise. 1, how long will it take until a solution to the increased needs are satisfied? 2, how many more homes will that allow for? 3, Station 17 is on Leesville Road. How many more vehicles can it handle so that fire trucks, EMS, and police can safely travel at 24/365? And what have we learned from this problem that will inform and improve the process going forward? Next group. The approval process for new development needs to accommodate running totals of metric-driven forecasts for infrastructure for every affected department that signs off on, including neighborhood schools, police, fire, EMS, public transportation, roads, water and sewer, solid waste, and safe drinking water, including considering new technologies than BMPs. Next, what is the consumer-friendly definition of smart development and of affordable housing? I doubt most citizens understand AMI, and the difference between Planning Commission and the City Council strongly suggests that different agencies have different definitions of both of those. Next, where is the county's voice, and why isn't the Planning Commission called on during annexation meetings? The county supplies schools, public health, and other infrastructure, and the commission is to be the voice of the people.
Mrs. Sperling, thank you so much. Your time has expired. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we'll turn to our opponents. I'll read 4 cards at a time, and I'll ask that you would line up if you're here along the railing and wait your opportunity to speak. Pam Andrews, Paul Sherman, Timothy Pearson, and Donna Steinbach. Good evening to you all. Glad you're with us. You'll each have 2 minutes if you'll state your name and address for the record, and then your 2-minute clock will begin, beginning with Pam Andrews.
Just trying to make sure this is working before I start.
I'm sorry?
I was trying to make sure this is going to project before I start my time. Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Mayor O'Neill, City Council members, and City Manager Page. Leesville Road is another 22.055 acres for grabs. Mr. Biker is correct. It does not run into Lick Creek, but the impact on the water as a whole is staggering. Water is an infrastructure piece that we have not mentioned a lot. We've talked about traffic, schools, fire, EMS, and such, but we've not talked much about water. This week, a teammate and I attended the meeting with the DWQ presentation by Elizabeth Kuntis on the Tier Quarry, which we found on Nextdoor app. In the document presented, the following statement was given. Sampling of groundwater wells adjacent to the quarry has revealed the presence of contaminants from releases of petroleum, hydrocarbon, hydrochlorinated solvents associated with historical uses in the area. The levels of various contaminants include 1,4-dioxane have been found to exceed associated groundwater standards. The consulting firm that has been conducting the most recent groundwater samplings in the area found that groundwater flow in the depth zones where the levels were detected are moving towards the quarry. Elizabeth Kuntis, the presenter, told the audience the tests, which are conducted every September, were not able to be completed this year due to faulty equipment. I asked when this test would be completed so we had an updated measure, and she said she was not sure, but that she wanted me to email her, which I have. I say all that to simply say we're running out of water. We have looked at using a site that has carcinogens flowing towards the pit. This is alarming on so many levels to me. We do not want to be another Camp Lejeune, another Flint, Michigan. I stopped at the Little River Reservoir this week and I took those pictures. The reservoir is dry. There were pictures today of children walking across Lake Mickey. It's dry. It's concerning. This is what it looks like, and we still have now got 9,000 new homes in the works in Southeast Durham that we need to supply water for. I ask you to just hold for a little while. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Paul Sherman, good evening, sir. Thank you for being with us. If you'll state your name and address for the record, you have 2 minutes.
My name is Paul Sherman. I live at 2307 Adventure Trail. I am that guy that the initial presentation said the sewer line was going to go across my property. As you can see from the picture, this is the greenway from Del Webb. That is the sewer line right next to it, and everything behind it is mine. And I'm curious how they're going to redirect that. But anyway, they seemed surprised that I didn't want a third of my acre of trees cleared and a greenway cut across my backyard. So I am interested to see how they're going to run the sewer line somehow around my yard. So anyway, but Leesville Road, you go down Leesville Road, first thing you're going to see on the right is horses, then you're going to see some llamas, some goats, and then 120 units of townhouses. Seems very out of character for the road. So, okay, I'm done.
Thank you so much. Timothy Pearson? I'm sorry, Tina
It's actually,
Motley.
It's Tina Motley Pearson.
Yeah,
but my handwriting's
forgive me.
atrocious. My name is Tina Motley Pearson. I live at 2205 Olive Branch Road. And, I think a lot of the complaints that we have is sort of like how the development is done. Actually, my father was in real estate, and he developed a couple of developments years and years ago. But the way they used to do it is they would clear for the roads, and then they would clear for the footprint of, like, each house. But now it's just making everything Mars. And so, granted, there may not be that many trees on that, but if they're mass grading, if they're still like taking away all the topsoil and everything else, because it's Triassic Basin soils, I mean, that's one of the reasons that we're having so many problems with erosion. You have to treat it differently than you would treat other areas. That's why we're getting these tomato soup creeks and such. And if you ask the developers, like, can you do it a different way? They're like, no, we can't do it. We can't afford it. We can't, what? You're like, there's a lot of these multi-million-dollar companies, like development companies, and they could do it different. My dad did it different. There are other people that, all these older neighborhoods that you look through, they've kept the character and the trees and all this stuff. They can't do it here in Durham. We're progressive, and we think of ourselves as being more environmentally conscious, and we can continue that thought. We're not saying you can't ever do it. We don't all own the land and everything else, but the way it's being done, it's trashing the water, it's trashing the neighborhood, and we do have problems with the infrastructure. There's so many things getting developed so fast and so many things being approved so fast. We're just saying, like, hey, can't we do it better? Even the other neighborhood you guys have recognized, like, hey, work with the neighbors. We can do a thing better. And I know he's got a lot of carrots for this one, for this neighborhood, but 50% is still a lot of impervious surface. And, the Planning Commission actually declined it 10-1. So I think there are a lot of complex issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and forgive the butchering of your name. Donna Stainback, good evening. Thank you for being with us. If you state your name and address for the record, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, Donna Stainback at 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road, Durham, North Carolina. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I've looked at both developments in the Leesville Road area, and that's because I have 2 sisters that live within a quarter of a mile of this location, 2 different houses, and not next to each other, but I'm very familiar with the location and very concerned about what's going on in that area as far as the aggressive builds and the impact it's having on the environment. I'd like to look at the environmental planning matrix with the metrics there. One of the things that's important about this development is that while there is 22.05 acres, the only buildable area is around 11 acres, so that puts your dwelling units at 10.5 units per acre. The proposed start is for the fall of 23. There is mass grading, yes, and because of the slope and the terrain dropping with the steep slope, there will probably need to be blasting. And right now, the BMPs are sized to the 100-year storm event, but they speak of only for the permanent event, and I want to make sure that we're covering the temporary during construction phase as far as the stormwater from this development. That's when the ground is the most exposed. I heard him say that 50% was his new max. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Steinbeck. All right, the next group, Pam Williams, Stephen Koo, Rebecca Freeman, and Tammy Sawaya. In that order. We'll start with Pam Williams. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. If you'll state your name and address, you'll have 2 minutes.
Sure. Good afternoon, all. My name is Pam Williams. I live at 2130 Adventure Trail. I live next to this proposed subdivision. Most of the people besides Chris have lived there for 45. I've only lived there 35 years, so been out in the community quite a bit. When you come from US 70 up to this development, it's actually 2 horse farms and llamas and then hay and a lot of trees and single-family homes in this area up to Nichols Road. I am requesting that you deny this development as planned and request the developer to reconfigure. That's what was asked by the Planning Commission. There is no transit plan for this area in the next 30 years. This is a dense townhome development, considering only about 11 acres is going to be able to be buildable. Let's see. A little information is known about the townhome development. There's no block length was given, no sensitive transition to nearby neighbors through building placements, home type variation, there was none, and there's no step down height was mentioned in the development plan and everything. And so it's kind of hard for someone living here to imagine how these townhomes are going to look, unless they look like what you see on these pictures and everything. Okay. This development is being, is using minimum standards. They're only using the 20-foot buffer zones in here. Yes, they are maintaining the trees. Most of the trees was removed that could be removed 5 years ago for forest harvest before the guy decided to sell. So that's why they're only on the perimeters, because with forestry, you can't remove the 10 feet from the property lines. And I think we should abide that for developments also. If every development will leave at least 10 feet or 15 feet of existing trees, that would help out with the tree canopy. And there's so much more I wanted to say.
Thank you so much.
But I do want to, that's not pertaining to this, I want to.
Thank you, Ms. Your time is up. Thank you.
Can I just say thank you to the planning department?
They heard you say thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Stephen New.
Hi.
Good evening.
Stephen Nill, co-founder of the, bad handwriting, co-founder of the Leesville Road Coalition with Herman, 1021 Restoration Drive. in southeast Durham. First, I'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Middleton for his comments during the review of the proposed Kemp Road development last meeting. And I quote, "I'm not going to put housing where the fire department says they can't service it. If we have hit capacity in my read with the city attorney, that's an actual reason to not grant development until we can save life and property if they're in peril." His elegant solution, referring it back to the planning department until such time as capacity catches up with development, could very well be used in other applications, including the one here, and even possibly Wilkinson Estates coming up later. But on another note, something that I sent you guys an email with an attached PDF and gave the clerk a hard copies of it. On September 6th, there was an email chain between the fire department and the planning department that identified that Fire Station 17 could have issues servicing the area between the fire station and US 70 due to an incident or accident once the already approved new homes in the area are populated. Now, this is exactly where this development is, and the reason they could have a problem is that there's no side roads whatsoever. It's a straight shot. There's not any cutoffs, nowhere for traffic to go, nowhere for a fire truck to get in. And in individual discussions with Fire Chief Santapali, Zoldos, and Morton, they all agreed that a traffic backup could be an incident. So the traffic studies already approved, with approved development, speak that this could become a reality. Their email suggested that completing a road that's not even scheduled yet, the North Durham Parkway, would possibly provide the best alternative. Or, of course, you could wait till you have some new infrastructure on Leesville, Dock Nichols, and Olive Branch, which we don't see forthcoming at any time soon.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Rebecca Freeman. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You'll have 2 minutes after you state your name and your address for the record.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, council members. I'm Rebecca Freeman, a lifelong resident of Durham and a resident of Southeast Durham for more than 60 years. I have a couple of comments that I want to make regarding this development. There is inadequate blasting notification to restaurants in close proximity between 500 to 750 feet of a blasting sites and similar developments. Residents do not know about the blasting permits or requirements. They do not know what the master's responsibilities are to monitor structures and wells for damage. They do not know whose responsibility is to pay for damage. They do not know what their rights are for protection, and when their home and wells are damaged, who pays, who assesses that. They have a right to be informed when blast happens, and this is not occurring, is my understanding. And so I think that there needs to be more attention to the blasting permits issue in all these developments, and I ask that no development continue to be approved until the City Council is able to ensure that residents are informed and educated regarding blasting that will affect their homes and their wells. I want to say that I appreciate that the Fire Protection Services acknowledged the cumulative effect of prior development approvals on this development. It is not evident that the same cumulative effect of development approvals consider the traffic and the schools analysis or other infrastructure as well. And I think as a resident in that area, I really am interested to know that there is the forward-going planning and taking care of the cumulative effect, not just looking at what each effect separately would affect the different infrastructure issues, because there are definitely infrastructure issues in that area. And finally, going back to Tina's comments about the mass grading, any mass grading on any scale in Triassic Basin soils permanently damages the environment in Southeast Durham. And we know that everything that holds the soils in place are damaged and are gone in mass grading.
Thank you so much.
Somebody has to pay the cost.
Thank you so much.
Restoration.
Tammy Sawaya. Good evening. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes.
Yes.
Name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Tammy Sawaya. I live on Baptist Road. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My concern is basically on the fire, which we've all been talking about. And my question is, I know the fiscal year starts in July. There's a need for another fire truck and FTEs, which there's a hard time hiring people, which I understand. So my question is, when will those needs be met? Because from a common sense standpoint, We're already having issues, and so when does the building of this site and having enough to service Station 17 going to not put community members in this area in harm's way? In preparing for the Kemp Road discussion, which never happened last week, I was also going to talk about fire. We have a member in Preserveville, Durham, that posts on social media. I know it's not specific data, but he posts when there are issues in Durham County, when there's no EMS or 911 or any first responders. And just some data points. For September, there were 15 situations where there was no EMS and first responders. Well, that concerns me. In October, there's 9 situations where there were no EMS and first responders. Now, I know that's not specific data. I will be asking for specific data so I can be more knowledgeable about this information. But just from this social media post, that concerns me, and especially when I hear the concern that we need more, another fire truck and more people to service our situation. And on Baptist Road, Olive Branch, and Doc Nichols, I know that right now there's 4,000 units that haven't been built out, and we still have that to be built out, which translates to about 10,000 people. So that's just my concern, is the fire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gary McLean and Dorisa Stroud, you'll each have 2 minutes. Mr. McLean, if you'll state your name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Gary McLean. I reside at 4712 Jimmy Rogers Road, lifelong resident of Durham County. My concern is the precious necessity that we have of life and existence for water. Like Lake Mickey and Little River reservoirs are drying up due to a lack of rain. Falls Lake is dropping daily. I'm able to see it because I go over that road every day. I understand Lake Mickey expansion is in the planning stage, but it will not occur until 30 years in the future. And I'll be dead and gone by then, and a lot of people will. And all of us senior citizens will be gone. I've heard that there are also no plans to expand the Little River Reservoir. And I've heard that the city is possibly planning to pull water out of the Nello Tier rock quarry. However, there's an issue with carcinogens leaching towards the pit. We surely do not want the good citizens of Durham to go through the Camp Lejeune fiasco. That's all on national news now. It's a national fiasco. Drinking contaminated water is causing all types of cancers and diseases, et cetera. So with all of the annexations and approvals for the developers to build more and more townhomes and condos and apartments, I want to know, what are we going to try to do to, what's your short and long-term range plans to supply water for people, because it's not an expendable commodity. During these times of drought and water shortages, we've got to do something, and I don't really know what the answer is. I don't have any viable solutions, but this is not just a Durham city or county or state issue. The whole nation is being affected. The rivers and lakes are just drying up. But back to the Durham city and county, I feel that the mass grading, removal of all the trees, and the blasting needs to be slowed down until our leaders can create a viable, workable solution to this future catastrophe. Another thought-provoking issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McLean. Dorisa Stroud, good evening. Thank you for being with us again. You'll have 2 minutes after you state your name and address. Thank you.
Name's Dorisa Stroud, 4532 Holloman Road. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council for allowing me to speak again. I just been here before, and we've talked about, the water, the pollution, the fire, EMS, schools, and I'm here just to ask that before you guys continue to approve and look at the projects, that you take into consideration talking or gathering information for EMS, fire, schools, hospitals, the water, the sewer, the traffic study, just like the young man said about on Leesville Road. If you're going and coming on that road, there's no shoulder, there's no access for if a fire truck, EMS, police need to get through. There's no way for them to move over and move out of the way for them to get to whatever serious situation that they need to get to. I'm also asking that you guys consider that, you know, when growth comes, it's going to come, and then you're going to have all these houses and all this population, but what happens when the businesses decide to leave and you still have all this housing and all the population and all the stuff that comes with the growth? What about the potential growth of homelessness? And due to the housing prices, many of the residents can't afford the homes that are coming, $400,000, $500,000. What about the residents and the people that are coming, or the people that already live here, and having affordable housing for them? Let's see. I think the council should consider raising the minimum requirements that for the developments, you know, like some of them are doing the 100 retention pond. I think that should be something that,
Thank you so much for being with us. I have exhausted all the cards I have from the clerk for those in the chamber wish to speak. Mr. Biker, you exhausted about 7 minutes speaking. Is there anything you want to respond to that you've heard?
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, I'd like to give a little bit of a historical perspective. I know our city manager remembers Terry Rowland, and he was a visionary leader of our water management department back in the 80s and 90s. And folks, we have one of the best water systems in the state of North Carolina, probably in the entire Southeast, thanks to Terry Rowland's leadership back at that time. And according to the city's website, we have over 90 days of premium water supply in our reservoirs right now. And we have water and sewer infrastructure that we planned ahead. I remember being the pitch man for a bond referendum along with former Council Member Howard Clement to improve our water and sewer system back in 1995. And so we have an excellent water and sewer system, and I'm very thankful for it every day. But we have plenty of capacity. We have capacity in our sewer plants, we have capacity in our reservoirs, and that's because Durham planned ahead back in the 80s and the 90s. And another thing I want to reach back into the 90s on, we have the strictest watershed protection ordinance in the Triangle, perhaps in the entire state. And I led the charge for the Chamber of Commerce to approve that. So the development community has always supported tough environmental standards. Just make them certain, make them clear, and apply them uniformly. So I don't think Durham should be apologizing for having tough stormwater standards or the toughest watershed ordinance. We have those, we should be proud of them, and we're doing a good job of being environmental stewards. The grading issues, these happen in Raleigh, Greensboro, Charlotte, Wilmington, you name it. The issues are consistent. We have a housing crisis facing us as a community. And the question is, are we going to increase the supply or not? And so this proposal that's before the council tonight is for up to 120 townhomes. Again, our site plan only shows 104. We need to increase supply, especially for people who are looking to buy their first home. And that's what this proposal would do. So we have tough environmental standards. We have planned ahead over the past decades for our water and sewer system. And Durham should hold its head high when it comes to these issues. We've been proactive. We've been growing smart. We've been growing smart, I think. We have a lot of good things going on in Durham. And I hope that the council will approve this tonight so that we can move forward with these townhomes in a part of Durham that obviously is growing quickly. The city invested, I believe it was $39 million in the sewer infrastructure to serve this location. And that was predicated on development paying for it. Again, each townhome will have to pay, I believe, $8,000 just in tap-on fees to tap onto the sewer infrastructure that's been built for this location. Again, when we were laying out this site, we thought, wow, it's only 1/3 of a mile from Fire Station 17. That's smart growth. Obviously, issues have come up that people have spoken about, but I think this site really does check all the boxes in terms of smart growth for our city. Our team, in regards to its engineering and our site layout, will be happy to answer any questions. But again, I did want to give that historical perspective on how Durham has planned ahead for water infrastructure and environmental protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biker. Friends in the chamber, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the chamber who wishes to be heard who has not already spoken? This is a public hearing. Seeing none, I'm going to yield to any of my colleagues on the council that may have any questions for the developer or any of the proponents or opponents. Council? All right, Mr. Biker, what are the anticipated, I know this is an imperfect science, what are the anticipated price points of these townhomes?
We're estimating right now they'd be in the mid 300s. They're planned to be 20-foot wide units that'll be approximately 16 to 1,700 square feet.
16 to 700, 1,700, you said?
1,600 to 1,700 square feet per townhome.
Okay.
And obviously, construction costs are a very rapidly moving target these days, so that's a guess, but we think it's a reasonable approximation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I do have one other question, but before I want to, that's it, Mr. Biker. For the, I do want to ask a representative, if there's a representative from Preserve Rural Durham, just anybody, I know you have several.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Has your organization approached any of our elected colleagues on the county commission and asked them, do they plan on building a state-of-the-art water treatment facility in the county?
We went to the meeting today. We have met with Commissioner Jacobs and Commissioner Howerton and Commissioner Carter. And so we did not specifically ask that, but we did attend the meeting this morning where there were some presentations made.
Do you anticipate, do you have any intentions of ever lobbying them and asking them to, because that's what's driving annexations. They want to connect to our state-of-the-art water treatment facilities, which it's within their purview to build. Right. Just like they can build schools, they can issue bonds to build things. Is it your plan to, at some point, to start lobbying them to build those type of facilities in the county?
So you would like me to ask them to lobby them to build a water?
No, I'm not writing prescription. I'm asking, do you, within your own organic conversations, plan on doing that? Has that ever been discussed within the ranks of your?
No, that's not. It has, to be honest, no, we haven't discussed that specifically.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Neal, I want to thank you for bringing up my quote, which I stand by. And part of the exchange with staff goes exactly to what I was talking about earlier. My statement, I hung my hat on a representation from staff, and I think I also said that I had never seen such, I'm paraphrasing, such a stark and dramatic representation from staff where one particular development was billed as, this is the aha one that taps us all out. Turns out it was errant. It was not the case. The statement in the memo was not consistent with what was in the chart, which somebody alluded to, which was a truck and 3 FTEs, which is radically different than a new station. So that's what that's one truck and 3 FTEs is not a new fire station. I also would allude to the comment that I read earlier tonight that says, while this additional volume independently will not result in additional fire department needs, this particular case will not result in it. The cumulative effect of continued annexation in the area will result in significant needs for the department. And therein lies the rub, because if we keep saying this is the one won't do it, this is the one that won't do it, eventually what the implication is that we can identify the one that will do it. And good planning will not allow us to get to that point. We are always looking at needs and building out capacity before we're actually tapped out. So I do want to thank you for bringing that up, and I stand by the comment. I will not put houses where there's no capacity to protect life and property, but that statement was errant. If you come to the podium, since I addressed you, I'll let you respond.
Thank you for standing by your comment. The issue is you're already at that point. Between the 8 new developments, the 6,000 new homes, you're at the point of going beyond fire capacity. And with this development, the trucks can't get to an incident between the fire station, US 70, once those developments are built out, because there's nowhere for the trucks to move. So this is a specific case that goes well beyond what Kemp Road is, and the fire department identified that until the Northern Durham Parkway is built, there's no road through. So that's the point.
Thank you very much. Chief, did you want to respond? Or let's see. Only if you want to. If you don't have to. All right, thank you. That's okay. Colleagues, any other questions or comments? Council? All right, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed. The matter is back before the council. Are any additional questions or comments from council members to staff or to, in general? Council Member Freeman.
Thank you. I would just, I would sum up my comments with a quote from one of our planning commissioners, and just specific in saying this is, the problem with this and many other similar proposals like this is that exclusionary and unstable and unsustainable in design and use. Durham has zoning powers which can either be used to create new walkable, inclusive, equitable, sustainable neighborhoods, or carbon-intensive, automobile-oriented exclusionary neighborhoods. It's time for our city to shift from exclusion to inclusion when it comes to our greatest local government power, shaping the built environment. I will say that I've mentioned a number of times, we need to have a conversation around voluntary, inclusionary, affordable housing units, and the conversation tonight around stricter guidelines around blasting, I think, extend into I think we need to say what we're going to do or what it's going to be, but I don't have a definitive right now, so we'll continue to keep asking the question. And I would also ask for a plan around public education, because I do think that it's important to figure out how to make sure that residents who are in the county understand who is responsible. And since they're not going to get on that system this year, next year, or the year after, that responsibility lies between the city and the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Williams.
Question for staff. What is an alternative for blasting?
Good evening, council members. Sarah Young with the Planning Department. There are basically 2 ways to get rock out of the ground. One is blasting, and the other is jackhammering, whether it be on a small scale or really for larger sites. You are getting a large piece of equipment, which is called a ram hoe, and essentially think of like a giant bulldozer excavator with a really, really big jackhammer on the end of it, and this thing is boom, 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 boom on the rock until it comes out. It does take a lot longer than blasting. Different impacts, but also another method that does have impacts.
Okay, just real quick. I want us to be really cautious and just stating that while we are hearing all of these comments and have all of these concerns, we are in the South. And I read the same Planning Commission comments. A lot of the members are voting no for different reasons. A lot of them are voting no because it's just not enough housing, and they want more. Or they want, things that I somewhat agree with, but I consider utopian. When you're living out in the country, in the rural area, and we're saying car-free. Like I want less cars on the road. That's why we're focusing so much on transit. But I just want us to be really cautious with that. And the reason why I ask about the blasting is because it's either going to be this jackhammering for weeks or it's going to be blasting. I want to piggyback on Councilmember Freeman's comment that we need to better understand how the blasting process works to make sure that folks are accountable. Because I do hear the complaints that, folks' houses are being damaged, so we want to make sure that that's not happening. I don't want us to be careless about that. But the fact of the matter is, the less housing with the more people moving here, the more expensive it's going to cost. So if we're going to say stop building, I don't want to hear anything about affordable housing. They both can't exist. At some point, we're going to get to a supply and demand issue. All right, so we got to be realistic about this, and we got to compromise, and we got to give, and we got to take a little bit. So I respectfully hear everyone, I really do, but something has to give.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, anyone else? Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Just want to make a couple of comments. I will be supporting this rezoning, and I want to comment a little bit on the Planning Commission comments because I think that they really highlight what I feel is a broader issue around our definition of sustainability and what we are trying to do when we say sustainable growth. Because as my colleague Councilmember Williams said, some of the planning commissioners are saying, actually, we need more density in this area. That more density means more sustainability, because the primary goal here is to get people to stop using their cars, and that's the best thing that we can do to make development more sustainable. And then other people are saying that we need less development out here, because any kind of development, particularly the kind of development that we need for more density, is going to poison the groundwater, poison the stormwater, cause these what we more traditionally think of environmental impacts. And I really don't think we have a consensus in this community or on this council as to what kind of sustainability we're talking about when we use that word. And honestly, some people seem to argue for both things at once, which they can't coexist. Either we do dense development because we think the primary challenge to a sustainable future is auto use, or we do this kind of, very rural, what we would do if we left this residential rural, 1 house per acre, on well and septic, individually graded, no mass grading, no blasting. And that's just, that's not affordable, that's not inclusion. And this area does have a lot of environmental features that make it difficult to build more dense or mixed-use development in Southeast Durham. And so I think townhomes are actually a good compromise. They're denser than single-family detached, which we have plenty of and is the most expensive and most car-dependent type of development. But they're also not as intense as some of the other, uses that we might put out there, like mixed use or big apartment buildings that would be hard to build in an area where there's lots of streams, where there are lots of steep slopes. All of the reasons why this area is is just developing now, right? Because it's been harder to develop, and other areas of Durham have developed more quickly. Obviously, that kind of middle solution maybe isn't going to make anybody happy, both the people who want density and the people who want nothing. But I think it's a reasonable answer to both the environmental concerns of the area and to our ongoing housing crisis. And so I plan to support this development, and also to continue in my role as a council member to improve our transit system, to encourage alternatives to individual auto use. But we're not going to get transit to these neighborhoods until there are enough people out there for transit to make sense. And so doing a little bit more density, I think, makes a lot of sense and is a good use for this land, far, far better than single houses, 1 house per acre on well and septic, which is what we get out here if we don't rezone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, anyone else? All right, Madam Mayor. With that, there are 3 motions for this item. At this time, I'll entertain motion number 1 to adopt an ordinance annexing 5202 Leesville Road into the city of Durham, effective December 31st, 2022, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Beezer Homes LLC.
Move.
Second.
I hear a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Madam Clerk, would you please close the vote?
The motion passes 4-3 with Mayor O'Neill, Councilmember Freeman, and Councilmember Holsey-Hyman voting no.
All right, motion number 2, to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential rural RR County jurisdiction and establishing the same as Planned Development Residential 5.441, PDR 5.441 city jurisdiction.
So moved.
Second.
I hear a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Madam Clerk, please close the vote and report out.
The motion passes 4-0 with Mayor O'Neill, 4-3, I'm sorry, with Mayor O'Neill, Councilmembers Freeman and Holsey-Hyman voting no.
All right, motion number 3, to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
Second.
I hear a motion by Councilmember Williams and a second by Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Madam Clerk, would you please close the vote and report out?
And the motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Holsey-Hyman voting no.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, colleagues. And thank you to our members of our community, residents and citizens who came out to be heard on this matter.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for getting us over the hump. And now we are now to item 20, which is a consolidated annexation Junction and Ferrell roads. This hearing is also a public hearing, is also a zoning case, and we will receive our staff report at this time.
Thank you. Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Good evening, Brooke Roper with the Planning Department. A request for utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning has been received from Kelsey Westwood Hall for 4 parcels of land totaling 9.485 acres and located at 2306, 2310, and 2314 Ferrell Road, as well as 1310 Junction Road. This annexation petition is for a continuous expansion of the existing primary corporate limits. This proposal is an expansion of a previous annexation case approved August 16th, 2021. That proposed approximately 1 million square feet of industrial buildings with proposed parking and loading areas. This case was BDG 21-00002. The applicant proposes a direct translation from industrial light within the Falls Jordan Watershed Protection District B overlay in the county jurisdiction and establishing the same as industrial light FJB city jurisdiction. The properties are currently designated industrial on the future land use map. The proposed industrial light zoning is consistent with the designated use shown on the FLUM. If the proposed zoning is approved, there will be no change to the future land use map designation as industrial. This annexation petition does not have a concurrent zoning map change application, which is also known as a direct translational zoning. A direct translational zoning is one in which the existing county zoning is translated to the identical city zoning district upon the annexation of the property into the city. A translational zoning does not include a development plan, and any future development may proceed according to what the zoning would allow. As a reminder, 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance, and the third is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you, and staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you so much. You have all heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions from staff from my colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, as is my practice, I want to disclose that I have no financial interest in this case whatsoever, but the organization that I lead is within the notification footprint. However, there are no legal barriers that preclude me from participating in the discussion and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the dais? All right, we have 3 speakers for this agenda item tonight. The first would be Ms. Attorney Baker as a proponent, And we will also have as opponents, Ms. Andrews and Ms. Stroud. So you may proceed with how much time you
Madam
think?
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, my name is Patrick Biker with Morningstar Law Group. I still live at 2614 Stewart Drive. I'm here tonight representing Scannell Properties. Again, I want to thank the staff for an excellent update there. Again, there was a 221-acre industrial park brought forward by Scannell Properties back on August 16, 2021, and the council strongly approved that annexation. At that time, through our community engagement, we'd been speaking with the homeowners of the 9.5 acres that are before the council tonight. Those homeowners needed more time to find a new place to go and transition and move to their new dwellings. Accordingly, the 9.5 acres was not included back in 2021, but now those homeowners have moved on, and so we're ready to move forward with this 9.5 acres. All this does is fill in the northwest corner of that 221-acre industrial park along Junction Road and Ferrell Road. And I do want to stress for the council, this is, again, going to be a state-of-the-art light industrial park. It's multimodal. I'm sure many of you realize there's a rail line running north-south there. Our former mayor, Bill Bell, is now chairman of the North Carolina Railroad. He was very helpful with us to connect with the right staff people with the railroad in order to have 1 or 2 rail spurs come off of the rail line into the industrial park. That way we can bring supplies in by rail, ship product out by rail, and try to decrease vehicle traffic on the adjoining roads. And so again, this is really just squaring off this industrial park. Again, it was 221 acres that the council approved back in August of 2021. All we're doing is adding 9.5 acres to make the industrial park about 230 acres. I don't believe we're planning to increase the amount of square footage that we're building. This is simply just going to be buffer area, landscaping area, and sidewalks for the perimeter of this industrial park. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we turn now to our opponents. Ms. Andrews and Ms. Stroud, we will have 2 minutes apiece.
I can see it here, but I don't see it there. It's coming through right here, but it's not. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Tammy. Good evening, everyone. Pamela Andrews, 6108 Wake Forest Highway. I just want to share a couple quick comments because this is where I lived my whole life, as our Mayor Pro Tem knows. I'd like to share a few comments about the area around Junction and Ferrell. Junction Road was my childhood home. I recently let go of my childhood home in late July. I spent 59 years of my life running up and down Junction Road. The intersection of Junction and Ferrell has always been hazardous. Many, many accidents have happened at that intersection. It is now a 4-way stop. In years past, this was not the case. So a 4-way stop is like a big improvement. The train tracks at that intersection has been an issue my entire childhood. Many, many, many trucks have been stuck on that. Matter of fact, the property owners that sold this land was at the meeting I was at previously and said it happens every month. These pictures were captured in the past 6 months. The second picture that Tammy can slide for you occurred on October 26th. This is a serious safety issue as trains frequently use these tracks morning and evening, toot toot, every single day. Sometimes it takes hours to get these large trucks off this train track. In addition to the train track and tractor trailer issue, we now have a light industrial park utilizing this train track after the passing of the development. At a recent joint city-county meeting, leaders mentioned that it was not desirable to put light industrial near residential. We now have housing developments all around the light industrial running parallel to Junction Road, as there is a development right across the ways from the train track. I ask you to think about the impact this will have on residents as they not only deal with the train whistle several times a day, but the noise and heavy distribution trucks that a light industrial park will bring. There are elementary schools on both ends of Junction Road. There is Glen Elementary on one end. There is Merritt Memorial Elementary on the other. Junction Road is a very narrow road and is not designed for commercial vehicles. You're mixing school buses, transfer trucks, a train, and daily commuter traffic. This is really not a good recipe. Thank you.
Ms. Stroud? All right, thank you. Attorney Baker, if you'd like to have some rebuttal time, I think you may have about 2 minutes.
Again, I don't understand the comments since the 221-acre industrial park was approved a year and a half ago. And again, this is land that was designated for industrial development for many decades, as long as I can remember, which is almost 30 years of practicing in Durham. Again, these are the infrastructure challenges that you just saw pictures of. Those are infrastructure challenges that we want to improve with the development of this industrial park, and we did a traffic impact analysis that is phased, and so these intersections, as the industrial park builds out, will be addressing some of these infrastructure shortcomings. Again, this is only a 9.5 acre addition to a 221 already approved industrial park. Be happy to answer any questions.
Right, thank you so much. I now declare this public hearing to be closed. I don't think we had anybody on the internet that wanted to speak on this matter. And the matter is now back before the council. Are there any? Councilman Williams.
The question, yes, what? Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, there is an individual with their hand up online.
Ms. Allen? Ms. Wanda Allen?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to speak to this agenda item?
Yes, ma'am. I registered to speak earlier. I definitely would like to speak.
Yes, ma'am. You will
Thank
have
you
2
very
minutes
much.
at this time.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Durham Planning Department. They have been excellent to work with, and they have tried to support our efforts. So you guys are very much aware of the Junction and Ferrell Road Industrial Park. I'm asking you to vote no on the application. We already have many concerns now going on in that area. So recently, you guys know that as the applicant stated, that there is construction going. They have been burning brush fire. They have been burning debris. We had to call the fire department. They were burning without permits. The fire department wrote a citation, issued them a fine, which was only $300, only $500, which was less costly to pay that $500 and do the burning than to take it to the landfill. My second problem with this is that the existing problems with the tractor and the trucks being on the train tracks, you guys are all aware of that. I know Mark Anthony travels that area quite often. This is becoming not only just a monthly thing, because I travel it, I live in this area. I see it now. It was another issue today. It's because this is gonna be light industrial. They are bringing trucks in, trailers in, they're getting stopped on that train track. The other thing that has been brought up is that we have just approved apartments over in that area. And we know that in an industrial park, there is traffic going in, out many times of the night. So it is not an ideal situation to put residents up against. And then we also have the EMS concerns.
Right. Thank you so much for your comments this evening, ma'am. All right. Are there any other hands raised? All right, thank you. This public hearing is now closed. The matter is back before council. Are there any other comments from our colleagues before we consider and I have 2 motions, not 3. Only 2. All right, great. All right. Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a couple questions for the applicant. And the first one being along the lines, I just wanted to find out if there was opposition to the industrial park when it originally came to the council.
I think two maybe people spoke against it, but the Chamber of Commerce spoke for it, the railroad associated personnel spoke for it. I apologize, I didn't review the minutes.
And I think there was an ongoing question about what kind of chemicals might be brought in on those rail spurs, just acknowledging that that was an ongoing concern. I don't know if you've been able to figure out what that would be.
We haven't got any.
I know that it's continuing to be a concern, and so that even though the industrial park was approved, I know that community is still concerned about the chemicals that will be on site.
Yeah.
And then also, you mentioned the infrastructure's challenges once the park was built, that it would be addressed. Is that being addressed by the park or by the city?
No, it's private funding. Skinnell Properties has to do a TIA, traffic impact analysis, that's phased as the project builds out. It's approximately 1 million square feet, so various traffic improvements are tied to the various buildings as they come forward. So it is a long-term project. There's no doubt about that. It'll take us several years to build it out, I believe.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That was all.
Yeah, but I do want to emphasize that a TIA is required for a project of this magnitude, even though it's not a development plan rezoning.
And I just wanted you to state that it wasn't on the city, because I know when you just said it'll just, come later, folks are probably thinking that it was.
Understand.
So, thank you.
Understand. Good point.
Councilman Williams.
Do we, the roads, Junction and Ferrell, are those state-owned or city-owned? Question for staff.
Yes, Bill Judge with Transportation. These are all state roads in this area. The industrial park will be building a portion of Northern Durham Parkway that will be privately maintained until such time as the state takes it over for maintenance.
Okay, thank you. One thing that we have another proposal coming up soon, I believe, and one of the main factors is I do not want to be a proponent of light industrial or industrial light within residential neighborhoods. However, I do want to state for this case, if there's already light industrial there, I want to be very clear. I'm not in favor of zoning something residential into light industrial. I have to be as objective as possible and logical and fair as well. If there is already something there, and this road I know where it is further down, and I think I've stated in a past meeting that even when I was band director at Southern, I hosted a band camp, and one of the trucks from California got stuck on that track. But if, is adding 9 acres that's already owned there, that's an extension that's connected there, is that going to stop the trucks from being there? And I asked who owns the road, because that seems to be an infrastructure issue that needs to be taken care of years ago. I cannot clearly and fairly and honestly say that adding the connected 9 acres that's already owned, that's already zoned for this, that's already there with it anyway, is going to have any effect on that. That would be me being disingenuous as a council member. I don't like what's happening over there. I don't support it. I wish it wasn't light industrial around such a residential area, but it's been that way for years. So, yeah.
Any other comments? Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you. I would just share the comment that I want to stand in solidarity with the residents that live in that community and just acknowledge that I cannot support this tonight. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, there actually will be 3 motions for our consideration. The last will be the consistency statement. And I am ready to entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance annexing Junction and Ferrell into the city of Durham effective December 31st, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Scanlon Properties Number 515 LLC.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Madam Clerk, if you would open the vote. If you would close the vote.
The motion passes 5-2 with Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Freeman voting no.
The second motion for our consideration is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the Industrial Light IL Falls/Jordan Watershed Protection District-B F/J-B county jurisdiction and establishing the same as Industrial Light IL/Falls/Jordan Watershed Protection District-B F/J-B city jurisdiction.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. And if you would close the vote and report out.
The motion passes 6-1 with Mayor O'Neill voting no.
All right, our last motion for consideration is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. If you would please close the vote.
And the motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
I pressed 1. I did press 1. Or yes, for yes. Okay, thank you. All right, making sure. All right, now we move to, thank you all so much. We move to our next agenda item, which is item 21. It's also a public hearing for Consolidated Annexation, Wilkinson Estates. And we have a number of speakers here. So we will first hear from staff.
Thank you. Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Good evening, Brooke Rober at the Planning Department. A request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning has been received from Tim Sivers of Horvath Associates for one parcel of land totaling 48.42 acres and located at 1604 Olive Branch Road. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the existing primary corporate limits. The applicant intends to connect to city services in order to develop a maximum of 185 townhouse residential units. The current zoning is residential rural. For the initial city zoning of this site, if annexation is approved, the applicant proposes to change this designation to Planned Development Residential 3.885 to allow the construction of 185 townhouse units. The Planning Commission recommended denial by a vote of 10-1 on June 14th, 2022. The properties are currently designated low-density residential on the future land use map. The proposed planned development residential 3.885 zoning is consistent with the designated use shown on the FLUM. If the proposed zoning is approved, there will be no change to the future land use map designation of low-density residential. As a reminder, 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance, and the third is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you, and staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Roper. You've heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions from staff from members of the council? Councilman Williams.
Yeah, what would be the what would be the threshold, I guess, this is kind of general, I guess, but the threshold that we would meet in order to, I guess, when we're forced to increase capacity regarding roadways? That's a continuous concern.
I might defer to Bill Judge with the Transportation Department for that question. Thank you.
Yes, so this particular development was under the threshold for requiring a TIA. However, they, given the issues in the area, they went ahead and prepared one and submitted it, and it was reviewed by the city and NCDOT. So when we do have a TIA, they do look at the cumulative impacts of all developments in the area. Particularly, this one included 17 other developments that at least in part impact the study area. Plus, in addition to that, they take a 3% annual growth rate to existing traffic volumes to account for developments that maybe did not require a TIA that are proposed in the area. So once we do all that, then we're looking primarily at, the capacity of the roadways, primarily the intersections and delay for level of service issues. So, and identifying any and then proposing roadway improvements to address those issues, which they've done. So there are a number of required roadway improvements of this development or other developments in the area where those capacity issues exist.
So in layman terms, we're going to get some road widening soon. Well, at some point in the future, if we keep going the way we are.
Yes, I mean, some's already ongoing in the area. The Fendel Farms development recently installed dual left turn lanes on US 70 at Leesville, but there's other traffic signals and turn lanes at various intersections proposed.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any other questions of council? All right, we'll start with our public speakers. We do have at least two who are on the internet. Ms. Samantha Krupp, I'm not sure if you're speaking as a proponent or in opposition. Also, we have an Eileen Lanham, who is not, who has a question bar. So she's not there. So, okay. Ms. Krupp, if you could identify whether, if you are speaking as a proponent or opponent, if you would say that, and then we can have some clarity. I also do not have the name of the applicant. They filled out a speaker card for Wilkinson Estates. All right, thank you. And we'll start with you for about, we'll start you off with 5 minutes, sir. We have about 9, possibly 10 other speakers who are speaking, I believe, in opposition. If you would state your name and address.
Thank you. Tim Sivers, Horvath Associates. If the PowerPoint can be brought up, please, Brooke. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Neal, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, council members. My name is Tim Sivers with Horvath Associates. Also here with me this evening is Todd Alsup with LTB Developers. Thank you, Brooke, for your presentation and your introduction. Next slide, please. This proposed development outlined in red on this map includes a maximum of 185 units over 48 acres, providing a density of 3.885 units per acre. This contiguous residential development follows current future land use and will contain a minimum of 2 different types of townhome units. If you recall, this council approved the proposal for the project outlined in green in September. Next slide. This slide illustrates the development plan for the project. You can see the larger 125-foot perennial stream buffers that are proposed that are in excess of the 100-foot requirement. The green asterisks and plus symbols are spread throughout the development that represent the preserved tree and steep slope areas. These are located within stream buffers, but also outside the stream buffers along the Olive Branch Road, as well as along the western property line that will remain undeveloped. There's 1 vehicular stream crossing identified with a long blue arrow and 2 potential utility stream crossings by the orange arrows. Landscape buffers are provided along all project limits, including along Olive Branch Road. The primary access point will be on Olive Branch Road and become the 4th leg of an intersection with Olive Branch Reserve, an approved development directly to the east. A secondary optional access point, which will only allow right turns, is located at the southeastern corner of the property. And additionally, 3 street stubs are proposed to the south to encourage interconnectivity with future development. Next slide. Some of the project's key commitments include 2 different types of townhomes ranging in width and size, increase in the perennial stream buffer width to 125 feet, 27% tree preservation, 7% of that which will be outside the stream buffers. That's in excess of the 20% requirement per the UDO and more than majority of the recent developments in the area. A maximum of 30% impervious area, which is less than the majority of the recent developments in the area, including the case from earlier this evening. 30% open space with active open space requirements of a dog park, kids play field, and a community garden. Traffic improvements along Olive Branch Road and its intersections with Doc Nichols Road, as well as its intersections with Carpenter Pond Road. Tonight, we're increasing the commitment for the Durham Public Schools from $5,000 that's shown on the development plan to $24,000 financial contribution. And also, we're excited this evening to highlight 3% of the homes will be affordable at 80% AMI. These units will be spread throughout the community and comparable in size and appearance. This was a revision provided after Planning Commission in place of the financial donation to provide the affordable units themselves. Next slide, please. Due to the topography in the area, blasting is necessary to meet the city's stormwater requirements and install utilities. The developers of this project have heard the community concerns and implemented some erosion control best practices to minimize downstream sedimentation. They include increasing the erosion control basins to 150% of the required size, incorporating flocculants into the erosion control plan. Basins will hold the water for a minimum of 4 days compared to the required 2-day minimum. Provide a double row of silt fence along stream buffers, and our mass grading will not exceed 50% of the gross land area at one time. Next slide, please. In addition to these commitments to help address stormwater and erosion during construction, our permanent stormwater devices will treat the 100-year storm event, as you've seen other projects agree to, but in addition, we're committing to a 10% reduction in the post-development runoff rate for the 1-, 2-, and 10-year storm events. And final slide. In summary, the proposed development follows all UDO regulations, including those specifically listed in 3.5.10. The proposal is compatible with nearby and recently approved projects, is consistent with current comprehensive plans, and provides commitments towards the proposed small area plan by increasing stream buffer widths, increasing tree preservation areas inside and outside of the now wider stream buffers, and increasing open space areas. This area has available and sufficient utility infrastructure, and this proposal provides over $2 million worth of road improvements for the area. And finally, this proposal meets the high demand of housing that our city needs. Thank you for your time this evening. If I do have any time remaining, I'd like to reserve that for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now start with our in-person speakers. We have 2 minutes apiece. We have first Ms. Tammy Sawaria, followed by Ms. Rebecca Freeman, followed by Ms. Andrews, and Ms. Tina Motley Pearson.
All right, thank you. My name is Tammy Sway. I live on Baptist Road. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. The main thing on this property of what my concern is I'm thinking about water quantity. We already know we have water quality problems or concerns, but when I went to the tier quarry public hearing, the need for that, for the quantity or the need for the tier quarry caused me concerns because of the issues of contamination. I don't know if you know that WRAL did an article, and Southern Environmental Law Center attorney who handles water protection issues in NC, who thinks that there is a valid concern because of the forever chemicals of the tier quarry. So I asked myself, so if the tier quarry does not supply Durham water and we are in a drought situation, do we have enough water, the quantity, to support all the developments that we're having right now? And one thing that I did today is I went to our city water data website, and I found the days of storage for all of Durham, and I was surprised to see that Tier Quarry emergency storage was counted as 20 days, and I didn't understand, and I didn't think that the Tier Quarry was being counted towards the days remaining for water for Durham City. So that is just my main concern, because I do care about all the water for all the citizens of Durham in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Freeman?
I don't remember, Ms. Freeman.
Andrews, either one.
I was trying to make sure we had the right order.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I am opponent to the Wilkinson Estates for the following reasons. With this cumulative approvals already made for fire protection, again, what you were alluding to before, this requires a additional portion of a fire truck and fire protection FTEs. So will that be included in if it's not included in the application, will that be included in the budget, or with some assurance that that would be? 17 developments are in this area already. That's an amazing amount. I did not know that, and thank you for that providing. It's very hard to get that data off the internet, so I appreciate being able to know that. There's no transit in this area. There's weak road infrastructure, narrow roads with narrow and non-existent shoulders. People who usually live out of the area ride bicycles for recreation in this area already, but residents do not ride bicycles to grocery stores, schools, shopping, or other needs. Why isn't attention given to roadway infrastructure at a time when there's lots of attention to bicycle lanes and sidewalks, which the bicycle infrastructure is needed for the safety of bicyclists and drivers, but attention to roadways will benefit the residents the most, even in these new developments. My comments on mass grading, landscape, and stream destruction and blasting permit apply to this development also, so it's going to be the same old story. And I'd like to ask what the 50% of mass grading of the gross site would transition into, what this percentage would be to the buildable acres, and how many acres would be mass graded at the time. I wanted to call attention to some of the comments from the Planning Commission that did not pass this as a vote for 10 to 1. Some of the comments was the project puts the same stress and strain on this area. This project will contribute to the already strained area and will make it even more difficult to navigate. The road improvements will help, however, they will not address all area needs. This area needs to be off the map as an option until the already stressed and strained conditions are addressed. We need to figure out why we have the issues that we do and what the best result is for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Ms. Andrews?
Good evening again. Okay, another development, 48 acres on Olive Branch Road, will only intensify the impact Lick Creek is already experiencing. Today in the County Commissioners meeting, Planning Director Sarah Young did a great job. She presented a PowerPoint with many great points along with Ryan Eves. In 2020, Lick Creek was analyzed for water quality and found to have high bacteria. It had a moderate to high turbidity and good to fair biological life. This was in 2020. In the last 2 years, we have seen drastic changes out in Southeast Durham. Over 3,000 homes have been built since 2021. This makes a huge difference in Lick Creek. E. coli numbers are higher, turbidity rates are extremely high after rainfall. Sediment has traveled downstream to the Rolling View Marina, where they have experienced 2 feet of sediment increases in 2 years. That's a lot of dirt, y'all. That's a lot of red clay. To increase the turbidity in the creeks, we have to blast, taking place almost every single day, somewhere in the 600 acres. Yes, I said 600 acres, as we learned today from Ryan Eves. Thank you, Ryan. The Assistant Chief of the Durham Fire Department has worked diligently to help us understand and find solutions to the blasting permit conditions. As of today, not one house has been tested after a blast within 500 feet as required by the permit. Not one, y'all, not one. This is supposed to take place no sooner than 24 hours, no later than 48 hours for homes within this range of 500 feet. Residents on Doc Nichols have captured blasts this past week within 56 feet of their well. 56 feet. Mr. Ellickson has called Geosonics last week after we were told to by the fire department. You know what they told him? If your water looks okay, we don't need to come. That's not what the permit says. It says they shall come and test the water. Our residents are being mistreated. Please make sure the permit is held. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Motley Pearson.
I'm so sorry. I have a PowerPoint. I hope that's not like a hard thing to, I sent it earlier this afternoon. Do you have it? Sorry. I'll go ahead and say, like, my name is Tina Motley Pearson. I live at 2205 Olive Branch Road. Thank you guys thank you, Mayor O'Neill and Pro Tem Mark Anthony Middleton and everybody for listening to all our cases. Okay, so I guess what I'll do is I'll say slide and there's actually video. I've never done the video thing with the slide thing, so maybe I say video and play where there's a video part of it, I guess. All right, okay, thank you. Okay. So like many other municipalities, Durham is facing a housing crisis. However, and this is sort of ironic, yeah, slide one, there you go. The big corporations that build or buy houses to rent are also contributing to the crisis. Slide. These large companies dictate the exorbitant prices by cornering the market. So whether it's another big development or buying up houses to rent, slide. So every time you vote yes to these big developers, you're actually feeding the beast that's contributing to the crisis. So I have some other things to consider. Slide. This is called, is this a good thing? Slide. So all you have to do is like raise your hand when you see the slide, and if you do think it's a good thing, and you guys can participate too. So slide and video. So mass grading, like this is, you can see like if you pan around, it's like hundreds and hundreds of acres. That's why I say it's like, it's looking like Mars out here. Slide. Oh, so no hands raised, right? This is not a good thing, right? 2, raise your hands if you think this is a good thing. This is pouring out of the sediment pond. Oh, was it slide and play? Sorry. It's pouring out into the creek, like from the sediment pond, directly into the creek. Slide and play. Play, yeah. So this is just like, our creeks are all looking like these tomato soup, you know, because this is what happens when you mass grade these highly erosive soils. Slide and play. I don't know how to do this, the sound, you're not gonna hear it, so I'm gonna see if we can get sound this way. So this is like right in these people's backyard. If this was you, and this was just months and months and months, you'd be pissed. If it was your parents, you'd be pissed. Oh, am I done?
Thank you so much for your time.
Hands raised. No one thought it was a good thing. All right.
We have Ms. Standback, Ms. Pamela Williams, Mr. Risa Stroud, Ms. Virginia Barksdale, Ms. Lindsay Slater. 2 minutes apiece. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Donna Steinbach. I live in Durham, North Carolina. The plan or commitments for Wilkinson Estates do not include a stormwater plan for construction/development, which is over a 3-year period. Most of the new deliverables provided for this project focus on post-development. It states that in the text. Now, during development is when the area is most fragile, because that's where it's just the red clay, and then the stormwater coming down on it is just going to create the runoff. So we asked, if it seems like things are going to get approved, we at least have a proffer in there that they cover the new development and during construction and during development for the runoff. Now on the matrix, we're looking at you got 48.42 acres, but only billable is 18 plus or minus acres, which equates to 10 dwelling units per acre. That makes of course, the mass grading is looking at, they're saying 23.81 acres per phase, and they're looking at 2 phases. But they've only got 18 acres of billable area. One of the reasons why they don't have the billable area is they have a perennial creek running through there, and the land is so sloped, and that's going to be, all the water is going to run right into the creek, and there we're going to have more sediment. Now, the blasting is due to the terrain going from 396 feet to 320 is a yes, and it's going to be some extreme. Now, we're requesting a 10-day notice to neighbors before that blasting.
Thank you so much for your comments this evening. Turn now to Ms. Williams.
Good evening. My name's Pam Williams. I live at 2130 Adventure Trail, Durham. I would request that the council to vote no on this. I would like to bring to your attention that the last several developments in this area, which is the southeast area, which is about 6 or 7, have been nothing but townhomes out in this area. This area is different than a lot of other places in Durham. I showed you once before the topography. This is Triassic soil, which runs in this area, which is very highly erosive. And there's a lot of streams in this area, just as on the north side of this property is nothing but a stream, and the property line follows a stream. So we go from a high down to a low at the stream. There's over 20% grades out here. So there will be a lot of moving dirt and changing and everything. But one thing I would like to bring to your attention again is that there are calling for only a 20-foot buffer, street buffer, and a 0.4. I want you to see what a 0.4 opacity looks like along these streets and these roads. All you got to do is write out Dot Nichols or here on Ellis Roads, and you can see what a 20-foot and a 0.4. We're asking for at least a 30-foot street with a 0.8 opacity. We're also asking that all the trees not be removed from the boundary on the south side, and that a buffer, a natural buffer, be provided for this development and then for the next development, so that there is a good set of canopy trees along that property line. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stroud?
Hello, I'm Lindsay Slater. I live at 4109 Grove Ridge Drive, so I live in a neighborhood between downtown Wake Forest and downtown Durham off of Highway 98. So thank you, everyone, for your time tonight. I just want to, I'm not going to reiterate a lot of what other people have already said about infrastructure and such. And the plan that was just presented for this agenda item sounds not too bad, to be honest, when you think about it alone. But again, which other people have already stated, it seems as though we're thinking about this in silos, not the cumulative effect of all of these different developments coming into the area. So I don't think anyone on the opposition side that I've heard is opposed to growth and development, but the desire is for it to be done in a responsible way. And that is my concern as a citizen and a resident of Durham. My request, like it was the last time I spoke a few weeks ago, is to pause continuing to approve annexations for large developments until there is proper infrastructure in place. A few quick examples. Someone in my neighborhood, she's a mother of a kindergartner at Grove Park Elementary. Their school didn't have enough teachers, so kindergartners didn't get recess for 3 months. So that's just one example of an infrastructure issue. I think many people are aware of the schools in Durham needing improvement. Also, last week I called 911 twice for like crazy reckless drivers, and each time no one answered after like 20 seconds, not 20 seconds, but like 20 rings. So literally no one answered. So firsthand account of how potentially our emergency services are strained. My last quick point, there's been a lot of talk tonight about community, well, there was for agenda item 19, but I feel what I've seen and heard in meetings so far.
Thank you for your comments tonight.
No problem, thanks.
Ms. Stroud, then followed by Ms. Barksdale.
Hello, again, my name's Teresa Stroud, 4532 Holloman Road in Durham. And I'm just going to say that a lot of the developments and developers are coming and they're going above and over their minimum requirements that are needed to propose their proposal. And I just think that if they can go over the minimum, maybe we should raise the standard or raise our requirements for them to do their construction and their building. Like a few of them, $20,000, the DPS, $24,000, the DPS. If they can do $24,000, I'm not sure what the minimum is or what they're actually have to require, if they're required to do anything. But I think some of them, like the money to DPS, minimum to ADI, the minimum buffers, natural buffers, the retention pond, if they're willing to do 100 years, then why can't we have that standard as 100 instead of whatever the requirement is? And I just think that some of the requirements and some of the things that we have, maybe we should raise the standard, raise the requirement on it. And also, like the young lady just said, we're looking at just this development, then this development, this development, this development. But when you put all the developments together, then you're looking at a whole picture for the infrastructure, EMS, fire, schools, hospitals. And so I just ask that even though we're talking about one individual project, we just look at it as a collective, as a whole, and think about, raising the minimum requirements for the developments coming in. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Ms. Virginia Barksdale. All righty, we had you signed up. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I now turn to our folk on the internet tonight. I did think I missed a proponent, Sean Coleman. So we have Miss, oh, you're here in person.
Yes, I am.
All right. Yes, sir. We have 3 minutes if you would state your name and address, and you are speaking as a proponent.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
All right. Hello, Honorable Mayor O'Neill. Hello, Pro Tem Middleton, and the honorable members of the council. Thank you all so much for your service. I'm Sean Coleman, and I live near 55 and MLK Boulevard, and I'm in support of the Wilkinson Estates development. So here in the Triangle, there are only enough homes for sale to keep up with about 2.5 weeks of demand. That's from WRAL 5 News. There's so much demand in the Triangle for housing that even the rising interest rates haven't even slowed it down. That's from ABC 11 News. In order to meet the housing needs of its growing population, North Carolina is going to need an estimated 900,000 additional units by the year 2030. That's from the North Carolina Budget and Tax Center. And as you've probably seen, the crazy traffic on 40 and some of the other highways is an attestment to that. Having grown up in several parts of Durham, including near 98 and Mineral Springs Road, I've seen evidence of our growing population. That's why I'm a proponent of the Wilkinson Estates Development Plan. While I understand there's always an air of hesitancy around developers, I found that LTB and Horvath Associates go above and beyond to address the concerns of the community. Some examples include treating land and local watersheds with respect, minimizing the project footprint, and pacifying sediment runoff. Furthermore, they committed to building affordable housing units, as you've heard earlier tonight, and pledged thousands of dollars to local public schools. Also, the development plan calls for road and infrastructure improvements, erosion control, and mass grading restrictions that far exceed Durham's already stringent requirements. LTB and Horvath Associates share over 80 years of combined building and developing experience. So as a Durham resident, I couldn't be more confident that the project is done by people of integrity. The Triangle has positioned itself as one of the best places to work, raise a family, enjoy a happy, healthy lifestyle. If you look at the big picture, by approving this project, you are empowering current and future residents with the opportunity to build their dreams and share incredible.
Thank you for your comments this evening, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We turn now to our internet. That will be Ms. Samantha Crop.
Hi there, Mayor O'Neill, Pro Tem Middleton, council members. Are y'all able to hear me all right? I'm going to take that as a yes. My name is Samantha Kropp.
Yes,
And
we can hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. My name is Samantha Kropp, and I am commenting in opposition to this particular proposal. I am the Neuse River Keeper with nonprofit Sound Rivers, and our mission is to monitor and protect the Neuse and Tar-Pamlico watersheds. And I was first made aware of issues on Lick Creek, particularly back in June when I was contacted by some folks who live in the area. And since then, I've been out there on a number of occasions doing monitoring on the creek, specifically in areas that are not currently monitored by the city of Durham. We've been looking at areas that are most impacted by ongoing developments in that area. And in the monitoring that I've done out there, we have taken post-rain event samplings that have recorded turbidity levels over 7 times the legally allowable limits. And as was mentioned earlier, high bacteria levels far above federal limits. And most recently, I joined a specialist to sample for macroinvertebrate populations, which can help us determine the health and biological integrity of the waterway. And in all of my sampling that I've done in the area, we have noted that essentially the sedimentation coming off of these developments is having a significant negative impact on the waterway, on Lick Creek and the tributaries impacted. And so I would say, simply put, there are significant impacts coming into the creek from these developments. And a number of these particular areas under development are actually owned by the applicant who is applying for this particular rezoning. And that applicant has a long and documented history of violations with ongoing violations from sediment and erosion control. And so I think, it's clear to say that the existing regulations are not necessarily being upheld to their fullest. And in this particular soil series that we've been talking about, it's, not enough. And I'm personally really encouraged to see and to hear that Durham City Council is considering implementing amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance that would strengthen protections for the creek. I think that's incredible to hear. And I'm also worried that those changes to the UDO aren't going to happen in time before all of these new developments are approved on a monthly basis. And so I would just ask,
Thank you, ma'am. We thank you for your comments tonight. Your 2 minutes have expired. And we now turn back to our applicant for any rebuttal that he may have.
Thank you. Tim Sivers with Horvath Associates. I wrote a few notes down as I went along. There was a comment about water quality, water quantity, which is exactly why this proposal provides a 30% maximum impervious area to help with the quantity of runoff that is on the site. There was also a comment about potential improvements for bicycle infrastructure. This development will include either bike lanes or a 10-foot multi-use path. Actually, the 10-foot multi-use path, which is off the traffic lane, DOT is heading in that direction, so I anticipate that being developed, and that is a commitment that's already on our development plan. There were questions about, which kind of confuses me, to be honest, about stormwater requirements during construction. This development and previous developments I've worked on that have provided those erosion control commitments. Those are I went over those earlier this evening. Those are in our development plan. Those are commitments that are taking place during construction to help treat the stormwater during construction, in addition to the requirements of the permanent erosion control or permanent basins. There are approximately 35 acres of buildable land on this, not 18. And to qualify the final comment that was just made online, LTB does use a third-party inspector, and there are no current violations. I, as the applicant, also have no violations against us. We are a design firm, but LTB is the developers here. They also have no current violations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that will conclude all of our speakers, and therefore I will now close this public hearing, and the matter is back before the council. Are there any other comments from council? Councilwoman Freeman, Councilwoman Cambiera, and then we'll go to my left with Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really wanted to just first take a moment and thank all of the residents that are here offering their contribution of voluntary feedback, just acknowledging that you're doing this of your this is not a paid position for you, that this is actually just you voluntarily being involved in the process. And I really want to say I appreciate you being here this late. And I also appreciate staff having to be here as well. And so I'm going to keep this really simple and quick and just note that there is a sense of these cases, to me, are just what the gas station was earlier. And so 3% sounds like we might be headed in the right direction. And if we send it back, it might be something even better. So each and every time that I vote no, it's usually because I can see something better at that location than what is currently in front of me. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I had a couple of questions for a few of the speakers and then for staff. And then first of all, I just wanted to also acknowledge that Planning Commission I think on every single one of our cases tonight the majority of our commissioners did provide comment, and I'm very, very appreciative of that, that change. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I wanted to just share something to Ms. Stroud very quickly, because you shared something, and it's just to acknowledge that when we were talking about community benefits, we're talking about things that our community needs. This council does not fund our schools. It also has nothing to do with hospitals. And so we hear that, I hear that from community members a lot, and I just want to, part of this, at least part of the thing about this job that I take seriously is as residents learn things, it helps everyone be more engaged in our civic process with accurate information. So when I hear residents talk about, well, what about hospital capacity? What about schools? Things like that. That is not we don't make any decisions around those things as a city council. Additionally, another resident acknowledged that a friend of theirs, their child was struggling because there weren't enough kindergarten teachers. Again, we do not have anything to do with our hiring and firing of teachers in public schools, and I actually think that if you're paying attention, the General Assembly and the Leandro case that has been ongoing for decades, pay attention to those things. Yes, land use is important, but there are lots of things happening. There are a lot of decisions that get made in all kinds of levels of government, and I wish we had that kind of power as a body here, but we do not. We do not fund our schools. We do not make decisions about our schools. I can personally attest that our teacher shortage is significant. It's a national problem, and until we actually respect the profession and pay them what they're due, we're going to keep having that problem. But that is not what we're here to talk about this evening. For staff, I just had a very quick question. Ms. Andrews did share the presentation that county commissioners received today at their work session, and I'm curious, when is council going to receive that presentation, and when is that showing up at JCCPC? Because I think that would have been, that is helpful information that we could have had.
Sarah Young with the Planning Department. That presentation was a request made by the county to staff, myself, the Planning Department, and the Sedimentation and Erosion Control Division of the County Engineering Department. That same information, we can certainly provide it to you all. It is slated to be discussed at the next JCCPC meeting, which Joint City County Planning Committee, on November the 30th. And the county representatives this morning talked about the importance about wanting to have that communication with the city council folks, just to see, where there might be some commonality. So I do expect that the beginning of that conversation will happen at JCCPC, but it is at y'all's pleasure. We can certainly provide that presentation to you all as well.
Thank you. If my colleagues are amenable, I would appreciate that presentation at a work session, and I would have appreciated it, since we are the ones who are tasked legally with annexations, to come to us instead of our commissioners, so that we could, obviously should have had that right as well, but we have a special obligation as city council members. And then just another question for you, Sarah. In that, I read through the slide deck earlier today, a lot of the things that we're thinking about doing, or a lot of the potential text amendments or UDO changes, are some of the things that this applicant is listing as commitments. And so I just want to acknowledge that, because we're hearing from residents around some of the things that they're wanting to see around mass grading, around treatment of our watershed, and these are proffered already in this case. And so I just wanted to, Is my opinion or my thought correct around that?
Yes, we are seeing a lot of commitments that equate to higher standards, which is, I can't say that our proposal coming forward is going to be identical, but it will have some very similar elements. Stormwater erosion control is also proposing some changes to their regulations. Those are probably more closely aligned with the things that you're seeing on development plans.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I will be supporting this tonight. As I've said, when we have, and this is to another resident's query, you know, a lot of the things that we're seeing are voluntary proffers. We cannot expect or demand our developers to put money towards Durham Public Schools, towards affordable housing. These are voluntary commitments. We can plead, we can say they're policy priorities, but ultimately it's their decision. We can vote a case no or yes, that's a decision we get to make, but there's no requirement, and we cannot ask that by state law. I'm just, again, sharing that so residents are clear. I will be voting yes for this. This is in alignment with what we've seen previous cases and continued improvements. I look forward to the presentation at JCCPC and to strengthening some of the stormwater quality issues that we're experiencing and some of the mass grading and other environmental concerns. But this developer is proffering many of the things that our residents are saying they want. Thank you.
Councilman Williams, I believe, if you want to give over to your colleague, and you go last. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thanks, y'all, I appreciate it. I have a question for the developer. Hey, so this is a little bit lower density than we're used to seeing with townhome developments. Could you give us a little bit more context as to why that's the case?
So it's the stream buffers, to be honest. There's the stream buffers, and then also part of the request through the SEDFA, the small area plans, are to widen those stream buffers. So widening those stream buffers also impacts density a little bit, which is why we try to do a balance between the two, to make sure we're saving those environmental features, but also providing that density that we believe is necessary.
Okay, thank you. So on the buildable, what's the density if you just include the buildable land? Do you have a sense of that?
It's a, 1 second. If I'm estimating 35 acres of buildable, it's about somewhere pretty close to that. At 185 units is 5.28 units.
Okay. Thank you. I'll also be supporting this tonight for reasons I have previously stated and need not restate at 11:30 p.m. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Councilman Williams.
Question for staff. How, considering all of the processes of us as a government, if we were to stop approving every project that came before us right now until we had wider roads, buffers, if we addressed every issue that we hear constantly and we just stopped approving everything, how realistic is that and how long would it take?
So I'm trying to make sure that I understand your question. Forgive me, it may be the hour.
Yeah, so if we said no on everything, but until we get all of the things that are being requested, how long would it take or how realistic would it be to achieve that, considering that we have the TIAs and all of those things?
That's something I honestly cannot answer off the cuff.
Okay. All right, I figured as much, and the reason why I asked that is because that is what we're faced with. That is what we're faced with. I appreciate Councilmember Caballero actually addressing a lot of the concerns that I had as well. We have nothing to do with schools. We should have a lot more to do with them. We should be able to support them. And we try from our position as city council. But, you know, the reality is that, you know, when folks move here and when folks are living here, we all pay our taxes, you know, and that is the money. You know, and I know not everybody wants to hear this, but that is the money that sets the budget. That's the money that we collect taxes, which is called revenue, to spend on these things that we're asking for. Now, I do believe that there are some complicated processes, multiple levels that creates what we have as a bureaucracy that makes it extremely complicated. We have other parts of the city that are extremely neglected and have not been touched in decades. As a matter of fact, Fayetteville Street has some of the original sidewalks. So I do want us to be, sensitive to the reality. And when it comes to our planning commission members, I do appreciate the comments and I appreciate the perspective they're doing what they're supposed to do. But it is really easy to be in a position of privilege like many of us, which means we have somewhere to stay and we can talk about these things. But the real pressure comes when there is someone who doesn't have a home or there's someone who can't find a place to live. And all of a sudden, the things that we're talking about tonight become deprioritized to them. So there's a both and. And you guys know I love you. You come, you give us your concerns every single time, but do know that as we hear you, we're also hearing others as well. And we have to make those decisions. And many times I have to say, you know what, I agree with them, but I have those folks that are out there that are not here tonight, that have no clue how city council works because they don't have the time to come here. Many of them are at work right now. So we have real issues in this city. And what I don't accept is it appears that we don't care, which we really do. I promise you we do. So it's a complicated process. We make these complicated decisions. And that's just the reality we're in, because that is extremely complicated. Thank you.
Any further comments? Councilwoman Freeman.
Just a question for staff, specifically around, I guess, the way we look at impact in each of these zoning cases. I was wondering if it were, at any point, the conversation around how we look at the hospitals, the schools, and the environment, and other city services were all inclusive. I don't know if it's been done in the past, but I think I have seen where we have looked at, what the service, I guess the EMS or service needs, what might look like around fire, police, and solid waste. But maybe we should be looking at what that impact is around hospitals and schools in the same way, and the environment in the same way, so that it actually is spelled out. Because I do think we have a responsibility, and there is actually an impact that from each of these cases that come forward, whether they're siloed or collective. And so I don't know if it would fit into that kind of graph format that you have or not, but I do think there has to be something.
So we do include, there's a calculation that is done for the amount of school children generated, for instance, that's included. We work with Durham Public Schools to make sure that our methodology aligns with theirs. We're actually going through a revision period right now with them on that. I will tell you that just from working with them, they do a lot of their own much more refined analysis, and they do track kind of cumulatively in order for them to plan for their school needs. So I don't, that's definitely a conversation we can have with them to see if there's any other refinements we can add to our staff reports.
And then just a follow-up, I think there's some misunderstanding around the conversation of the pause, because we're operating off of a 2005 comp plan, and we haven't gotten to the 2022 version, or 23 if it ever gets there. And so this conversation is not about whether or not there's density, it's about whether or not we have a plan that actually matches where we want to go. And so I think we're following the developers and where they're developing, but the plan around whether or not the streets, the roads, all of that, we're talking about fire, schools, if that's all aligned, so that the county even knows where to put the county lift station for water. So they don't, and I think that was the conversation this morning, is that they don't know where to put it. They don't know what we're doing. It's just annexed, and then they have to respond. And so the conversation is kind of jagged, and I'd like it to smooth out a little bit so that people all understand on all sides that there just has to be more conversation about what we're doing and annexing the entire county into the city limits. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, we have 3 Motions, I believe, for our consideration this evening on this agenda item.
The mayor, I think staff was trying to get your attention.
I'm sorry.
Apologies, thank you. I wanted to confirm one proffer with the applicant. I have, from an earlier comment, an update to the text commitment number 8 to be prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, provide a one-time $24,000 contribution to the Durham Public Schools. And this is an update from $5,000.
That is correct. That is accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're now ready to entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance annexing Wilkinson Estates into the city of Durham effective December 31st, 2022, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with LTB Developers, LLC.
Moved as read.
Then moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilwoman Cabrera. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. If you will close the vote.
The motion passes 5-2 with Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Freeman voting no.
We now will consider motion number 2, which is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential rural RR Falls/Jordan Watershed Protection Overlay-B F/J-B county jurisdiction and establishing the same as planned development residential 3.885, PDR 3.885, Falls/Jordan Watershed Protection Overlay-B F/J-B city jurisdiction.
Moved as read.
Second.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Madam Clerk, if you would open the vote. If you would close the vote.
And again, the vote is 5-2 with Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Our last motion for consideration is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Madam Clerk, if you would open the vote. If you would close the vote.
And the motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We now turn to our next item, item 22, which is a zoning map change for Greater Love Worship Center. This is a public hearing, is also a zoning case, and we will receive our staff report.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Brooke Roper with the Planning Department. Happy to be here with you tonight. Pastor Robert Mason of Greater Love Worship Center proposes to change the zoning designation of one parcel of land totaling 1.27 acres and located at 4700 and 4710 Old Page Road. The current zoning is office and institutional. The applicant proposes to change this designation to industrial light. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property to sell the property to a buyer to allow for an office use with the construction of a future building for associated warehousing. The properties are currently designated commercial and compact neighborhood on the future land use map. The proposed industrial light zoning is inconsistent with the designated future land use. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the FLUM to designate the property as industrial. The Planning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 11-0 on September 13th, 2022. And as a reminder, 2 motions are required for this application. The first motion is to approve the zoning ordinance. The second motion is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you, and staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
All right, you have heard the report from Ms. Roper, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions for staff from members of the council? Okay, we will now turn to our public speakers. I don't have any speaker cards, but I understand that you're the applicant and would like to speak, if you would. Yes, if you
Good evening.
Your name and address, and you would have, I don't think we have anybody to speak in opposition either. So.
I think I can do this
Take
in
3
less than
minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
My name is Robert Mason. I'm the senior pastor of Greater Love Worship Center, located at 4700, 4710 Old Page Road here in Durham. I want to thank you, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, council members. Special thanks to the team provided to us because this was overwhelming without the assistance of Alex Cahill, Andrew, Amanda, admin. So I want to thank you for providing a helpful team and answering our questions. We have been at that property since 2008. We knew that we were in an obscure location because we're real big on outreach. We're surrounded by businesses, and so the desire was always to be in the inner city. Since 2008, we collaborated with Urban Ministries. We purchased a bus. We went to pick up the residents there, brought them back to our facility, provided clothing, food, movie night. Because we didn't have adequate space, we also rented. We collaborated with the extended stay, provided rooms at the extended stay to give them a fresh shower, change of clothes. The pandemic hit, and then we had to stop that particular program. So then we adopted Oldham Towers in downtown Durham. With that being said, we have a potential buyer for our property because our desire is to be in the inner city. And that particular buyer is a commercial interior decorator. So when you go to South Point Mall, holiday season is coming up. The wreaths and all of the decorations that you see would be provided by that company. With that being said, we feel that our request would be a win-win situation for all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Mason. I do not believe we have any other speakers, and I will now declare this public hearing to be closed, and the matter is now back before the council. Are there any other comments from council colleagues? All right. We have 2 motions to consider for this agenda item. The first is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the office and institutional OI district and establishing the same as industrial light IL.
Moved as read.
Second.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilman Williams. Madam Clerk, if you would open the vote. If you will close the vote.
And the motion passes 7-0.
All right, our second motion, number 2, is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilman Williams. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. If you will close the vote.
And again, the motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. My clicker is not working again. Okay. All right. Are there any other items to come before the council this evening? Seeing none, it is now 11:41. We will adjourn. Another late night. Doing the people's business. Bull City Strong.
What's up?
All righty. Leo, your job.